in food. So I'm going to call it a food. And I thought this question is very important. So, government, there's so much advancement in the space of internet and digital communication. Here and all over the world, I just spoke about NASA now, right? Is government communication on par or is it lagging behind? If yes, please explain how it is on par. If not, why do you think it's not on par?
Thank you very much, Rex, and thank you to everyone for this opportunity. I mean, right now you cited an example of NASA, which is also a government department of the US administration, and they only have 8.1 million followers. The US has about 150 million citizens. And, yes, thanks for correcting me. So if you think about it, that's just a fraction of the population. So we have the same issue in South Africa where we have the fraction of the population only following us on social media platforms. So, with social media, you have people who will actually click on their party for follow, or someone who just looks at your post, but especially on platforms like YouTube. So you can now understand how many of South Africans we miss if we only to rely on social media. So if you think about the nature of the country that we have, we still have to appreciate that we have a very big contact line. And that means that our data costs are still amongst the highest in the world. And given the social makeup of our country, the bulk of our country is they're operating below poverty line. If you ask someone that if they have 50 rands, would they go buy bread or would they go buy data? The stomach is going to speak. And then you find that the attraction will be towards the less platforms, the platforms that consume less data. So WhatsApp is quite big in our country. So in our environment at GCIS, we have actually embraced WhatsApp, something that we didn't think that it's amongst the easiest platforms to use for government communications. But when you enter a space, you want to go for the safety platforms. Then we went for WhatsApp. We piloted a WhatsApp broadcast channel. And I don't want to repeat what my colleague was saying yesterday, but I think there are a lot of opportunities in terms of growing and reaching citizens and engaging with them more. I'll give you an example. Professor or Dr. Spiso, when he started this conversation, he talked about Imbizo. That we called for Imbizos, which is something that as government we are obliged to do, to engage with citizens on a one-on-one basis. And it's done at national level, it's done at provincial level, it's done at local level. And part of that engagement is legislated as public participation. For a bill to pass or a law to pass, it has to go through public participation where all of us are to comment on whether, why that law should pass or why it should not pass, the pros and cons. If I were to ask this room, how many people have actually commented on the public participation process, I would probably have very few hands. So those are the areas that we are facing very short on, because we are adopting a very old style of engaging citizens where we expect that we gather in a hall in Tembisa where only 50 people of our constituency are going to comment on the law. So we need to be much more adept in moving alongside the revolution of internet, of the platforms, And we appreciate platforms like today or this today where we can very well. But your question, we are not on par, but we are actually not like, not that we are not existing. We are actually coming along, and there is a willingness to adopt and embrace the technologies because the constitution compels us to communicate and make sure that citizens are.
Thank you very much for that. Look, I must accept that anything that's taken you can miss becomes difficult. If you come from this Dr. Kaunda, somebody yesterday made it clear for me. I've always known that internet and social media participation in South Africa is actually big, in spite of the fact that we badly with engaging people there. We've seen a massive growth in internet use and the users in the country. Social media platforms have become amazing. In fact, if I take that question, I need to go into the WhatsApp thing that you spoke about. Do you know, guys, that there is an insurance company that ran a WhatsApp story campaign that was one of the most powerful campaigns that happened on WhatsApp? It's an insurance company, South Africa. So, and we undermine the WhatsApp platform because we use Twitter, Facebook, and all those things. Anyway, let me go back to my question. To what extent then, Dr. Kaunda, is government taking advantage of this development where all of us are on social media? I'm told all of us have 1.5 phones. We use social media 1.5 times. Are we taking advantage of this development to encourage and improve government communication and engagement with the public using these tools? And we come from the school of government.
Thank you very much. As my colleague has said, and also the input by Dr. Mnisi, as well as Morato earlier on, has painted a very good picture of South Africa with regards to social media and the usage by government in engaging with citizens, because in our case is using it to engage with citizens, to communicate, because if you look at the developmental framework, communication framework, you don't communicate for the sake of it. It's not like you're selling Coca-Cola. You communicate information that will help people to improve their lives, information that helps them to run their lives. Where do I apply for a license? Where do I, has it changed? So on that score, it's a powerful platform for government to communicate that type of information. And a lot of departments are already using it. If you look at the numbers, for example, of followers that certain departments have. Department of Health, for example, was helped a lot by the COVID-19, or referred to it. As we speak now, they have 2.1 million followers on Facebook. Facebook is my favorite platform, I must say. I literally live there. I live there. It also is the most, actually, it's the biggest platform in South Africa. It is. Lorado is not the second. Where are you? It's the largest platform in the country, followed by TikTok is growing, but Facebook is still the biggest. So it's a powerful platform for government because they are able to communicate without any limits. And also the advantage in South Africa, okay, the statistics from the social media landscape, for example, for 2021, says there's 38 billion internet, there's a 64% internet access in South Africa, despite the digital divide. Another advantage is the cellular phones. As you said, we have brought it up. The statistics say there's 100 million cell phone connections in the country. They look at SIM cards because most of you have more than one cell phone. So for me, that says that government has tools, has people who have tools in their hands at any given time to communicate. But the question therefore which you ask, are we using that? Fire departments do have large followings on Facebook, 2.1, etc. But social media has one powerful capability that we are not using as we should to talk to the public. It's interactivity. It's interactive. People want to be engaged on Facebook. They want to talk. They don't want what we are doing because I think there's kind of 8 minutes, all the 8 metropolitan municipalities in the country, how they utilize Facebook. Yeah? And I found that they use it as a platform to dump information, just dump statement. Mayor went to Emakwadini. Mayor is going to Emakwadini because there were floods. That's it. And then the next, okay, advisory phase, the mayor will be going to Emakwadini to see what has happened since the tornado. Following day, mayor goes now to Emakwadini. Any other page, mayor has arrived. Picture of the mayor and everyone was with him, very nice smiling. The mayor has arrived in Emakwadini because there was a tornado. Okay, fine. How does that happen? We're discussing this platform last. Because what people want to know is more information. I live in Emakwadini, mayor is here. Good, he's dressed well, picture is nice. What does it do for me? So that is where, as where we need to improve as communicators. To know that people want to talk to us. They go to social media, they go to your page because they want to talk. And as I was sitting here now, I was checking something interesting now, again on engagement. Again, because I'm from Etewi, they must forgive me. The communicators from Etewi. They have a nice post. Deputy Mayor has arrived to launch a settlement in Inanda, Uganda settlement in Inanda. So beautiful video. And then I'm looking at what people are saying as we speak now, the comments. None of them are saying very good, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, you've launched. Okay, first one is, why is there a delay in receiving utility bills? We are sitting with no power in the CBD, the second one. We are sitting with no power in Viria and surrounding areas. And then this one is fine. We are Ngazut, what's on my mind now. Already, And then the last one, Asina guess, you guys. Asina guess. You go to Facebook, you will find them. And now, your price, what is the response? These comments were posted, the first one 5 hours ago. The city with no power in the CBD was 10 hours ago. Miria 14 hours ago, 12 hours, 2 hours. Not a single, not even one sentence responded to these people. To say we are looking at the problems with the power in the city. We are doing this work, but that's what citizens want. They want to be told, they like the fact that the mayor is doing whatever, but they look at their immediate problem. So I think that's where we need to improve as government, to know that these are not tools that make us look good. And they take the pressure, because I know you as communicators, I've worked as a communicator for many years. You are under pressure from principals. You're the head of communication, if you're not the head, the DG, the minister. So you have to say it's arrived right. But let us look at the citizen. So we need to be more interactive. We need to respond to citizens. And we need to use the platforms empathetically. We need to show empathy because, again, what communicators do, without taking too much time.
No, please take too much time.
Oh, great. Wonderful. I'm very passionate about this. So what communicators do, because most of the comments you get on these social media, especially Facebook or anywhere else, and citizens are angry. Let us know that they are angry. Because the pace of service delivery has slowed down in many areas. So most of the comments you are going to get are from extremely angry people. So where we need to learn as citizens, how do we respond to that anger? You shout back, but you must respond. What type of empathy do you show? Do you say, because we have to indicate that we know how difficult it is to remain without water for 3 weeks. However, our teams are there in Hambanati right now. They are resolving it, not because what others do, which is they just post a number. They just post a number, 0800, but I call this number. We know all of us what happens when you register, what do they call it? You log a call. Yeah. They say log a call. That's it. So nothing ever comes. So this is an extremely powerful tool, but it's an interactive tool. Let us not dump and go. Let us post and then see what the responses are. Respond as much as we can. But the other one is how much support are we giving to communicators? Because what we do, we choose the youngest person in the communication unit. give them social media platforms. They do not have the information. Maybe someone really wants to respond about this, but they can't find someone with information, a senior person, who will give them the information. So we need to look at that, where it says should help us. Well, there is a government communication policy which outlines the structure. But most importantly, communicators must be given the information they need so that they can respond to citizens. And then communicators must not be angry. There's one minister I work in who told me that officials are not allowed to be angry. So never be angry, respond empathetically. Because if you look at it, if there's so many people, 25 million to 30 on Facebook, we are losing a very big platform in terms of communicating. Because Izimbizo are no longer feasible. One, there's no money, there's no time. But which is Dr. Sfiso was saying, this is real-time communication. You don't have to wait to organize an Imbizo, go to Emagwaveli. You can talk to them right now. It's interactive, it's real-time, same time. Keep going and keep talking.
Thank you very much for that. Yes. And whoever made the sound there, thanks for the commercial break. We do appreciate it. It can be boring to be doing this stuff. Thank you very much for that. You touched on two things for me, and dumping this thing on junior staff. For me, it's not only the, and this is something that Lovato is passionate about, and I'm hoping that he's right in this case, so that you don't correct me. Digital communication is a skill. It's not a task. And 9 out of 10 times we just throw it at somebody because you seem young and you seem to type fast on this thing, and therefore you're going to handle this. And we find a lot that people who are tasked with digital communication are not actually skilled in digital communication. Right? And therefore, that's why the dumping happens. Just dump and we hope people do. And then, what I also like referring to, people now telling us something is happening in Nana, let's say, right? But they're not engaging. It's because they have decided that our task is to tell you what's happening.
Yeah.
And that's it. Reminds me of a story of a young trainee journalist who went to a horse show jumping event. And in this event, a horse got injured, broke its leg, and you know what happened. They have to put them down. Wrote a beautiful story about what happened there, and said about how the horse had to be put down and stuff. And the last paragraph of the story said, and a man died in the incident. Because in his mind, his story was about show jumping, right? It doesn't matter whether a human being died in this thing. And that's what we do. We then do not see the feedback because we are interested in dumping the information and we miss the feedback. And the man dies. And then the empathy thing. Every time I do media training, and I especially focus on crisis, and I focus a lot on unionists or unions. So there'll be a strike, and our culture in this country is that the intimidation of those who don't want to strike, and sometimes even casualties. If you went to a union leader and interviewed them about that, the most ready response is that there's no proof that it's our members. They don't start with empathy. Somebody just got injured or somebody died. They don't start by saying, we're sorry somebody died. Condolences to the family. They protecting the space. But anyway, I'm here to facilitate what to talk. By the way, thank you very much for coming all the way from Zimbabwe to here. We are honored to have you here. So you represent a professional body. Now those bodies are dedicated to what at least you guys claim for the advancement of the knowledge and the practice of professions. And you develop in that process, supporting and regulating and promoting professional standards for technical and ethical competence. However, we now live in a new era of artificial intelligence. Sometimes I feel I'm artificially intelligent. Do you think that the work of professional bodies remains relevant at looking at the roles, the functions, and responsibilities? Because ethics plays a very big role in social media communication.
Thank you so much, and I would like to greet everyone. And let me say that the role of professional bodies is still relevant. If it was not relevant, there wouldn't be here. This year, precise celebrating 67 years. If it was not relevant, we will not have it celebrating 67 years, and Nigerian Institute of Public Relations is celebrating 100 years. So this is just to show you that they are relevant, the professional bodies, and there's a huge role that they play within the profession. And we are looking at the interest of professionals across the board, looking both at individual professionals and also organization and consultancies like your PR companies. Because one of the things that you need to acknowledge as a challenge is the issue of digital communication. And you look at the issues of ethical and processes within the space of communications, in particular looking at the digital transformation that we find ourselves in. And it has been rapid. You will realize that in most cases, institutions are unable to keep up with the pace. Very few do, and that is a struggle. Part of what we do, except the training and the skills development, which we advocate for, because you will find that institutions do not have money to take their officials for training all the time. But the short courses that we have and also the networking sessions that we have, they assist at least to advance the knowledge a person has and also the skill that a person has, and sharpen some of the skills that you may need when you look at the digital transformation. The ethical part, yesterday I even asked the presenter, the Google presenter about the issue of ethics. And my interest in that is that as a professional body, we encounter a lot of challenges when it comes to the issues of ethical behavior, ethical development. So what happens is that we need to have guiding principles that are in place for responsible communication. And as guiding principle, you look at responsible communications as a way of creating a base for institutions to develop policies in line with digital communication. And when they develop policies using that as a guide, part of it is being responsible in your communication. And by saying being responsible in your communication, I'm immediately thinking of the issue of being empathetic. You don't throw an egg back at the person because that person has thrown you an egg back at you. So those are the things that we are looking at. And the other things that when we look at the PR companies, the consultancies, when it comes to issues of ethics and how they practice, you also have principles that guide the agencies in line with the International Communication Consultancy Organization principles that they have developed. Because one of the things that we are advocating for is we advocate for non-racial, non-sexist communication. We do not want to be, we don't want our agencies to be the reason why we are having a division within the country, sowing divisions, but not only within the context of South Africa, but across the globe. So that's where we talk about responsible communication, also the issues of ethics. But it is a challenge because we are not, we are self-regulatory, and as a professional body, you are not forced to be our member. It's a voluntary membership. That has become a challenge, wherein you will find that certain institutions or certain individuals, because of their certain behavior, they know that if we continue in this particular manner, while we are still within the body, there's going to be actions that will be taken. And your membership can be revoked. And you don't want that on your name. Instead, you cancel your membership. So we have seen that happening in some cases. But that does not prevent us to continue doing our work as a professional body and professional bodies across the globe.
And the other thing is that we are not only looking at South Africa, and we're looking at Southern, but also internationally. Remember, one of the things that as a professional body, we affiliate to other global PR services, which also have a voice. Through that, we have a voice in the United Nations. So what it's saying is that see the importance of communication and the professionalism that we have. We can't just leave it without being regulated in a way. But we're using the platforms that we have that are also at international through the ICC and also the Global Alliance to engage the professionals and for them to be ethical in their behavior also in the community. But it's still a challenge because as long as we are not at this level, we are not.
They like what you say. There's no better side than this.
As long as it's voluntary, it means we'll still have this drop of challenges of communication that sought to divide in certain cases and cause certain narrative that is negative and also is not within the context of the constitution of our country and even the professional bodies constitution.
Thank you very much. We have 24 minutes to the end of this conversation. So I'm going to open up the floor to questions and engagements, comments. I'm going to ask that if you're going to ask a question, please ask one question. And if you can direct it to a specific human being, but you don't have to. And don't start with a preamble. Get to the question. The question is much quicker that way. It allows more people to participate. I'm going to ask one last question before I give you the platform. And it stems from what you just spoke about, actually biases, right? People, whether it's done by agencies or by other communicators, we have biases that we actually are not aware of. So when we introduce, if you as my panel, there was the man here, I would have started with you. Because there's that bias of starting with a male, right? And we're not conscious of our biases and how they create bad communication. And one of it, I want to ask, I'm going to ask of you, Dr. Kaunda, is the bias towards authority. That we communicate authority more than we communicate messaging and impact. Is that a problem that still happens?
Yes, indeed, we do not, our communication target is the public. However, we want to communicate to them via the authority because we want to communicate what the minister has said and you communicate it in a very bureaucratic manner rather than looking at what, in fact, the way we is a very important point. How do you package your message so that it is understood by the person out there? Like if you look of some of, I'm saying there's this dumping on Facebook pages, but even the information that is dumped there can be a long statement that nobody understands. An example could be the IEC. I think there was a time when it was said that they were manipulating the dashboard. One political party said they manipulated the dashboard. It took hours before they could, and it was raging on social media. I mean, that could have plunged this country into chaos. Yeah. Because this party was saying, we've got evidence. We said 9 million votes are missing. And now, suddenly, the ANC has 12 million votes. And we know they had 6. Where does this 12 million come from? And they say, sure, but hours later, you get a very technocratic statement on the Facebook page of the IEC. You need to be a technocrat and a bureaucrat like myself to understand it. Because what they were trying to say is we have not changed anything. What we've done, we've taken MCO, we've taken all the votes, from including those from the regional ballot, and then we put them on the dashboard. However, it doesn't change the percentage. Everybody remains with their percentage. People didn't understand it. It was so, because we write for ourselves, we write for our colleagues who understand this type of speech, but the public doesn't. So that's why I've always noticed that some of the American presidents are the best because they speak in simple language, and people understand it. So I think that's what we must master, not only on social media, but the manner in which we write even our press statements and how we choose our messaging. And like, for example, I've been watching with this GNU, you guys are gonna sweat. Eh? You're going to sweat. I was a PRO in 1999. I went with this guy. Thank you, like this. Yes. It was a GNU then because I started in one time where there was a coalition government, GNU government. I worked for an ANC. There were only 3 ANC MPs and the rest were INC. But the beauty of a situation like that is nobody sleeps because there's competition for the attention of the public, which is good for the public, but then it means as communicators, we must then learn how to package information. What do you say that will catch the attention of the public? But it must be messages that help their lives and that they can understand. Not so there's another trick that we must learn. How do you communicate in a GNU setup where your political principles will be competing? You wake up in the morning and your sister ministry has a tweet. Then it hits at you. It hits at you. Say so many people have crossed the border in a manner that makes you look like the police ministry is fast asleep. Because the police ministry is probably another political party. How then, as a communicator, do you tweet back, not in a manner that says, "We're mad," you police from the other, but you communicate what it is you are going to do to fix that problem. Because that's what the public wants. Because what we are going to be doing now is sniping at each other. So no sniping, but make sure that, okay, that's what they're doing. How then do we balance this by communicating? Because I think the main thing is think of the public. And when you think of the public, think of your grandmother. Your message must be understood by your grandmother, not even your mother. Because when I was told I worked as a journalist under a news editor who was very good, Klebs, used to say, Nakela, you are writing for someone who is very clever, but who knows nothing about the subject. The person is very clever, but they know nothing about the subject. And their education is standard 6. So that has stayed with me. I'm talking.
That's grade 8 you are.
So always tell yourself, very bright person, standard 6 level, knows nothing about forestry and fisheries. So you must tell them why it matters to them that they must listen to them. Not in an authoritative voice of your minister. Minister says this and this and this, and then you say, what is that?
Oh, not to exclude the older people, that's Form 1. So, here we go. I'm going to take 3 questions or comments, and then I'm going to take the next round. It's 1, 2, and then I go to 3. Did I see your hand, Doc? Okay, no,
Yes.
you're the third. So we're going to start with you, and go there, and go to Doc. Right.
We also have one question online.
Online.
But
We
it's
will
for-
edit after Doc's question. Great. One is you. I almost called you by name. You're the only person I know by name. Go ahead, Anne.
Thank you. I'm Anele, and my question is for any member of the panel, and it's from what you said, Rance, and what Dr. Kaunda said about the skill and the task, and then always giving the most junior person the task of social media. So my question is around, I've noticed in terms of government communications that a lot of the people who are government communicators, especially like in local governments, are not skilled or qualified. It's kind of anyone who studied Ufawa in marketing and Ufawa in communications. You know, why do we do that, and how can we make the principals understand the importance of government communication, that just because someone has some sort of degree doesn't mean they're going to communicate well. You know, local government elections are going to be coming up, and abantu bazodlawa nje ey'ntweni, but I don't think principals understand the importance of this function.
Thank you very much for that question.
Good morning, I am Lesego. So I'm a radio journalist, but I also have a PR background. So in my experience as a journalist, government communicators or government, they are a little bit media shy. So they would rather they're keen to communicate or engage with the media. They'll call us to a press briefing, give us press statements when they have a narrative or they want to communicate. But when we now approach them to say, hi, regarding 1, 2, 3, can you maybe now respond to a few concerns? Then I remember last year, after the launch of the BMA, the Border Management Authority, for example, I was literally at an event with a lady who was presenting on that. But I just wanted to ask her a few questions to follow. She literally ran away from me, physically ran away. But when they were launching in Messina, we got the press briefings, the press statements, everything. So when they are pushing the narrative, they're happy to engage with the media. When we want to now follow up, it's a cat and mouse. So how can that be corrected? Why does it even happen? We don't buy it.
Thank you.
That's my question.
By the way, when I said we should cut the preamble, I didn't mean we should keep it for the post-end. Talk, it's you.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much to the wonderful panel. As I'm sitting here, a question comes to my mind. I don't know if it's relevant here or sorry about the preamble. But it's, I suppose, a question of reach, how far the communication messages can reach people. So in thinking about the other aspect of social media, which could be a limitation, is the aspect of, so if you look at social media as an echo chamber, that you tend to encounter messages that either reflect your opinions or confirm them. So what happens then if this is the challenge to the communicator, to government communicators, because it means that chances are the messages that are sent via social media will not reach everyone, not because of access, but because of this platform being an echo chamber. How do you address that?
Thank you very much. Okay, Lovato, where's the question from?
May I ask that you continue with the questions with the session? We're waiting for the thing to come.
Oh, okay, good. I'm going to ask you to volunteer to take one each of the questions.
I can start. And I will respond to Adele mainly because I also work in a municipality, Capricorn District, and that's an advantage to being here. We cannot shy away from the fact that we work in a political environment, especially in local government. People rough there. I think maybe nationally we are better off, but there it's very tough. We can't take it away that politicians will prefer to work with certain individuals. So one of the things that we are doing is that as a professional body, we are not saying because you did not study communication, you cannot be a member of our professional body. If you're working in a political environment, part of the responsibilities that you do have to do with community engagements, liaising, things like that, you become an affiliate member. So there are trainings and skills development programs that are targeting people who are not the PR professionals in that particular field and have maybe little knowledge relating to that. But you'll have to go through a number of programs that have lot of information, and surely by the time you have done 3-4 of them,
The term is over.
You'll be better. I don't know if the term will be over, but you'll be better in how you communicate and even engage with your colleagues within the institution. Because look, everyone is fighting for the space. They want to be seen within their political space. So you have a challenge of political offices versus communication offices. So we are trying by all means to avoid them. But if they are there, where they are there, we end up, we do accommodate such and skilled people, and then they become our members and become affiliates, and they go through the process. And we have seen it working for other municipalities that are part of our corporate members. So I think in that regard, that can happen. We don't want it, but it's on us. Whether we like it or not, it's going to happen, and it will continue happening. It's just how do you deal with it when we are facing the situation within the institution. I'll leave the rest to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why are our bosses scared of the media?
Okay, so there's the.
Oh, okay. They like them when they look at them, but when they look back, they don't like them.
Yeah, so I think your question was why our more like the officials media shy. You know, because I think if you look at the media environment that we're operating in and the media owners, so we've created or media owners, we've created a space where every interview is about interrogation. It's more about no, I know we are here for the BMA launch, but I want you to tell me about this that I may not have prepared for. So you find that as officials, we need to possibly maybe turn the wheel, but maybe working with the media to say, why are you so against information that will actually grow people because they're empowered to make better decisions or also know better. If you know that there's border management, especially at Musina and other borders, where we are known to have borders, like there's no control. When you know that information, then you're likely to actually respond better when there's a sporadic xenophobia happening in a certain space. So the other thing that happens is that only communicators are forwarded to respond to media. You find that in the case of, I'll use a technical example like energy. There's an explanation that the minister likes going on media about, like the energy availability factor. And in the past, your communicators were trying to explain what the energy availability factor is. But when you get a technical person to say that, if energy is available at 60%, it means this and that and that, as opposed to a communicator. So you find that technical people are more put at the back offices when they are the ones who know a lot more and can unpack a question without being media shy because they are, this is their forte. They know the subject so much that whatever question that you're gonna throw at them, they will have answers. So as a communicator, you have limited information. And I also want to touch on the question of young people being in the media spaces. And I think the question would also relate to the fact that the reason why you won't see engagement on platforms is also lack of information because as a social media officer, you're sitting in an office and then you ask, why is there no gas in, why is there no electricity in this particular area? At that point, I don't have the information. I'm sitting in Pretoria or I'm sitting in Durban and you're asking about a small town in KZN. So I have to phone someone. I have to call someone to say, why is this not happening? That person has to phone someone. So I think we are at a point where do we really have to rely on human factor to give us answers? Yesterday we were in a room where we were being taught about chatbots. That perhaps this is an era where we say that it's not only about us as individuals who are supposed to punch in information, and we think that punching information will yield results. No, perhaps maybe it's a voice note, a voice, a message that will be broadcast through a platform or a video, because video is one of the fastest growing mediums in the country or globally. So I think the limitations of numbers who are pushing information because you need a lot of people pushing. And I mean, I'm in my environment, I think we have about 6 people servicing the whole of GAF, so Z8, so all government departments, and we also have GCIS. So we have information that comes from, we get health, we get police, we get, like if there's a CETA system is not working and Home Affairs say they're offline, we get all those questions. So you understand that we have to turn our thinking to say that it's not all about numbers, punching information. It's also how is it that we can use artificial intelligence? How is it that we can use our civic as well? Like sensors, Internet of Things, to empower some of the infrastructure that we implement especially in local municipalities, where if you know that your pipes have got sensors, then you're likely to minimize breakdowns, and you're likely to have your platforms flood with information of people not knowing. So we are in an era where we have to decide to say that are we moving into this internet revolution? How much of adoption are we taking? Not to say that we communicators and just pushing information to the citizens.
In fairness to all of you, I think I must remind my panelists also to be brief in their responses. And on that note, Dr. Kamunda, please.
All right. The question of reach, I think it's very important. We are talking about social media, but we know that there's a digital divide. The government has grand plans, working with telecoms companies to roll out Wi-Fi access, etc., all over. But we do not know how long that will take to make sure that people have access to information. But what we need to do, therefore, is to continue using more platforms to communicate with the people. Like SAPC has 18 radio stations. Radio remains the most powerful platform to reach South Africans in so many languages. I get briefed by my mother what was said on Ukhozi FM. She wakes up at 5 and switches on. She's very up to date on current affairs. So it means as government, we need to use multiple platforms and not look down upon other platforms. Like we know that our ministers may want to go to 702 and SAFM more than Ukhozi. But Ukhozi has 8 million, 7.5 or so listeners. So if your minister speaks Isimbuli, they can go to 702 SFM, but they must not forget. Yes, those stations they have more people and to whom we are trying to communicate, particularly. So those platforms are very, very important. And also we are seeing newspapers are also now moving towards digital platforms. You saw the announcement that you will, that we are sitting at. When I parked, I said, hey, JPS, this is where we used to come to City Press. So they are going online. So again, it says as communicators, it's digital. How do you reach that? That's again massive audiences there on the online platforms of newspapers. But they're not different from government, because I always go there. Sunday Times will put a story, nobody responds. So it's the usage of multiple platforms. And then quickly also, just to share one thing about the elevation of government, we still have to do a lot. We must do it, this administration, to fight to elevate government communications to a strategic level in government. Until we do that, you will always suffer, because it must not be seen as an add-on function, like a nice to have. No, it's a strategic function. Everything that the department does has a communication implication. When they fill in those CAB memos, everybody writes no communication implications. And everything has a communication implication.
Yeah.
There's one that I noticed. Sometimes we think things are not important. There are two, for me, major directives that came out last year. It says, which look very small, but they are major. One of which was an announcement that you no longer have to certify documents when you apply for a job in government. There were long queues in police stations, young people going to certify. Now you don't have to, just Z83, email. So it's major. But I don't think we understood it as government, that we must tell the public.
Yeah.
Another one, which was also major, that entry-level jobs in government no longer require experience. So if you, young people level 5 can just go, I don't think young people know that.
No.
They don't, nobody has told them, they don't apply because they don't know. So it's a question of knowing what to communicate, how to communicate it, using as many platforms as possible. And then on the media shine, so I'm just stealing everything.
She's not answering the next round.
I want to answer the next round. You know, there's something that used to happen in government, which I don't know, well, I don't see it happening now. A lot of informal engagements between communicators and the media. I know it happens at the night of Sona, there's a cocktail, but it's not enough. Department should be doing it. You will then deal with that media shyness because people will then engage, have lunch,
Yes.
background briefings. You know, background briefings where call them when you don't want break. There's no
It's
breaking
not
news.
news.
There's no news. Bring them to the department, take them to a hotel, get the minister, or in fact, the minister may not even be there. Explain those new things that are coming up in the department. So that when they come up, they already know. They will defend even when we are not there. Even when we are not there, they will say, no, we know the Department of Communications doesn't believe in this because at the lunch yesterday, they said ABCD. So please invest in those sessions. They're getting to know you better sessions. They will deal with the shyness where people are running away, but don't always right the interview. This hostility is what makes people just avoid it because it's a trap culture. It's like, let me trap. How am I going to trap them? You know? So people feel, I don't want to be trapped. I've done to my statement. That's it. I'm a fool. Thank you.
Just a word of advice, the background briefings preferably at night, journalists prefer it. Just where we come from, it's you, my sister there, and you, my sister there, and you, my sister there, in that order.
Thank you so much. Thanks to you, Chair, and thank you to the panelists for this, insightful and engaging session. My name is Tareka Nagai. I'm a communicator at the GBE. I would like to ask, you did mention, I think Dr. Kaunda mentioned that some principals are not comfortable being on social media. How best can we motivate to them? For them to see the importance, because people engage differently with principals online than they do with the government department. They tend to think and have that they want to have also a more personalized interaction or engagement with the principal. So it's much easier when information comes from the principal and I'm just talking from experience, having used both government platform and also a principal's platform. They tend also to be more open and more engaging with the principal. So how best can we motivate? What advice would you give us to motivate, to say, listen, it's important for me to be on social media because people want to have that. They feel like it's a one-on-one engagement.
You got the question.
Even though
You can explain. Thank you.
Okay, thank
It's you, man.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lita from GHS. I just have a question / comment on the data. So the first speaker said that the internet penetration in South Africa is 64%. And when Anwar was presenting yesterday, he said it was 72%. And this is not a jab at anyone, but it's a thing of that this data informs our communication strategies, right? So do we have, or if we don't, should we consider establishing a single of digital data for communicators? Because it's not just 72% and 64%. If you go to another platform, you'll find another statistic, right? And when we talk about the digital divide, let's narrow it down. Who doesn't have? What don't they have? Because 72% is a lot, and it doesn't mean that all of those people are in urban areas, right? So we need to narrow it down. What is the digital divide? Is the data affordability? Is it no internet where they are? What is it? Let us define it. And then to close that, as the communication space, I feel like we need a rebrand because we're faced with this problem that Anela was raising, because we have allowed people to think that communication is a general knowledge discipline. That's why we have this problem. And so we need to rebrand and position it as a profession and say, this is serious. Everybody chance taker. It's not a chance taker. I think that's something we need to think about. To the panelists and also to the room, the community at large, how do we rebrand so that it is serious and people know that they need to know what they're talking about. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There was another hand there. Yes.
Thank you. Mine latches on a lot to what the previous lady has just spoken about and about what Dr. Kawunda said about communications being put at strategic level. That in our government departments, we're just seen as people who show up at events, take pictures and post. But we should be included in serious decision-making meetings and strategic meetings where we can get information and we can know how to respond to those engagements that we're receiving on our social media platforms. So I don't know how we can then speak to our supervisors or the people in leadership to put communications and give us a seat at the table.
So do we have that question? Is it 1, 2, or 7?
So it's 3 because there was 1 and then while the conversation was going.
So it's 3.
Yes, it's
So
3.
I'm gonna then suggest we deal with these 3 and then we deal
No.
3 with the last.
They may ask more questions.
Well, like these guys may have more questions, we're not gonna deal with those questions. Trust me, we can't deal with all questions, right? So again, we got 3 questions. Take your pick and be quick, please. Yes, please.
Are you, okay, let me start. One of the things that we have done is, now I'm in the cap of the municipality. One of the things that we had done is that our spokesperson was on sick leave. Then SAFM was on our neck. That's how we ended up in starting to be strategic in the institution. Because they wanted the spokesperson to respond and the spokesperson was not part of the strategic meetings. Since that day, he is now a member of all the strategic meetings. He attends all the strategic meetings. And we are even equipped now, much better. The other thing is we forced ourselves to present in high-level meetings. When they saw in the new leadership, what we have done, because that is handled by the political office, we requested for a slot. And at some point, they refused. But the level of competition, when they even compare themselves to what other institutions were doing, it forced them to accept what we were requesting. And then it was through those training, let me not say training programs, but it was through those engagement programs from communications that we used that to garner the support to be in the strategic level of the institution and be given that particular platform. And it has worked for us because when you then present to councillors, they ask questions, you tell them, but we are not part of that. They will ask you, why are you not part of that? It's for the strategic. Then at the highest level, they take a decision that no, we can't have this without communications. It must be here. So by garnering their support through the committees that they had, we were able to get to the highest level within the institution. That has assisted us a lot.
Thank you, Madam.
The last one will be, we need also executive management to know about communications. We have a problem that because I'm a technical person working in planning or in infrastructure, I don't need to know what is happening. Communication is not my baby. But yet what we are responding to have to do with infrastructure development. So in terms of trainings that we advocate for, we also have to do that for executive management to make it easy within the institution.
Thank you very much.
Okay. How do we rebrand and also getting a seat at the table? I take it as one question. So what GCIS has done is that we realize that communication is like I think in most instances it's like someone with 2,000 or more followers is hired because they are looked at as an influencer. Yes, an influencer. Or Twitter specialist. Yeah. So that's what happens. And I suppose, our principals as well, that's sometimes what comes, and also us as decision makers in these positions, that when we sit around those panels, we don't know better of what to judge or to look at when we look for a digital practitioner. But what we have done as well is that how is it that we can professionalize this government communication space?
And the truth of the matter is that communication, like as GCIS, we don't have team. You know, we cannot compel a minister or a department for communicating or maybe not communicating. There is no legislation that says if you have not communicated, you're in breach of section whatever. So there's no a policy on that. There would be just a policy that we have government communicators policy, but it does not have binding mechanism. So we are in a process of developing what we call a white paper. So a process towards developing a legislation. And the white paper is before the former minister, now we're talking former. And whoever will take the seat, then will have the opportunity to give you the process because it's at an advanced stage. And once that happens, then we will be able to take it through the public participation and the normal process of getting law promulgated in the country. And we encourage you colleagues that please comment, but you will advise, I think a platform like this forum as well will also be informed so that all of you can get an opportunity to participate. And just lastly, we've got a government segmentation model. So what we did is that we looked at the LSMs, you know, the living standard measures in the country. And if you think about it, they were developed more to fit brands, you know, your Coca-Cola and your what we call fast-moving consumer goods. And there was a gap in how is it that we address government communication. So we looked at this model and developed what we call government segmentation model. And in the government segmentation model, you're able to look at segment 1, it's segment 1 up to segment 5. And then it will tell you out of segment 1, these are the most, the bottom of the pie, and how many South Africans are in that segment, what they listen to, you know, the kind of mediums that they consume. And as a communicator, you get informed better to know that now I've got 27.1 million people who've got this level of education. This is the kind of medium that they consume. And then it goes up to the higher levels, which is called cosmopolitan and metro cosmopolitan. Those are
I'm running out of time. Yeah.
We'll share the content.
Yes, please, during the networking session. Thank you.
Yeah, not much for me. But on statistics, I would go with this 64% is the social media landscape of 2021. That's long ago. So 72% is very realistic. It sounds very realistic. And also use a lot of the general household survey, also Stats SA is very helpful. This 100 million cellular phone connections is contained there, like nice data. Like they say, 89% of South Africans use cell phones, no landline. Very, very important data. And then on ministers, etc., the government communication policy states clearly that the political principals are the chief communicators. Like the president is the primary communicator, is number 1 PR of the country. Same applies to ministers, etc. So we need a way in every ministry department. There is always that one person who is able to get the minister to do something, who is able to convince the minister him or her to do something. That person must convince the minister to undertake media training. It's very important. But nothing is as difficult as getting anyone. If you go to someone and talk to them about training, they think there's a challenge. What did you say? What's the game? The short that So you need to say it in a letter, not him alone, maybe minister and exco, bring in someone, bring ranks there to sit them down in a very comfortable situation, because we're going to need them to be more outgoing, more communicative, etc. So that is important. And also to get the head of communication to sit in these exco meetings and MANCO meetings, so that they get to know what is happening in the decisions. Because if they don't sit in those meetings, they will be surprised by things in the media. So in every department, nobody just get your head of communication. The head of communication must be in those strategic meetings.
Lurato.
And I am worried that we are supposed to break for tea.
Yeah,
20
so-
minutes ago. So when we do these questions, those people have to move tea.
What are you
solving a
suggesting?
logistical problem. I'm suggesting that for the benefit of the online people, that they don't feel neglected, we read the questions into the room, so we acknowledge them.
But we will respond later.
Yes,
Why can't we do that later? Both the reading and the responding.
that's fine.
Fine. So we're gonna take a break. We did this at 54 years. We're gonna take a break. We'll make it brief though. Can we make it 15 minutes? We come back because we need to conclude the session.
Yes.
I feel like we're overindulging as communicators into ourselves. Let's go. 15 minutes. That's 11 o'clock. For a few more minutes. It was not the plan, and I suspect it may even mess up the diaries, but we truly are grateful for this.
And me, Dr.
Yes, and when we stole Dr. Kaunda's time,
No, that
that
doctor.
Dr. Kaunda, there's no nepotism here. Yeah, that Dr. Kaunda. So, yes. But we will be quick in the next session. The bad news is that I am no longer indulging you in the room, indulging the guys in the virtual room as their chairs. So their spokesperson is one Novato thinking and he's going to read out the questions. As usual, we take 3 at a time. Hopefully, there's no more than 2 sessions of those questions.
Thankfully, there are only 3 in comment.
Okay.
The first question is from Ziyanda. I don't have her surname. In light of the presentation by Dr. Sfiso, does this mean we are realizing a critical need for social media regulation in South Africa to ensure we embrace freedom of expression and also understanding the responsibility that comes with it? Then the next question is from Ziyanda again. She asks, or rather she starts with a statement, statement and a question. I also think it requires a huge understanding of market intelligence. Who is our audience? Are we communicating the right tone to the right people? Sometimes I feel we have a lot to say without reading the room. And the last question is from Shambil Binafilo Alem. She says, how can we reconstruct, reshape, or reframe the way we adopt the term social media in itself in Africa, or rather in the African context?
For the first time, I'm going to assign the questions to my panelists and not get them to choose what they want to answer. You see that you answer question number 1. I'm going to ask question number 2. You had already chosen this one as a Mr. Thinking, please repeat questions 1 and 3.
Question 1. In light of the presentation by Dr. Sfiso, does this mean we are realizing the critical need for social media regulation in South Africa to ensure we embrace freedom of expression and also understanding the responsibility that comes with it?
So you understand why I would give you that question, right? It makes sense. Yeah, okay.
No, I think
It's a very objective thing that I did.
Yeah, it's true. We realize the importance of social media and also regulation. We can't take away the responsibility that comes with communicating. And whether you communicate it in whichever platform, it comes with the responsibility. And it's upon various stakeholders to sit on the table and continue, because discussions have started at various platforms, but we need to continue talking about this up to a level where there is a huge understanding of the issue of responsibility that comes with communicating on social media. And this, I'm not talking only for government communicators, I'm talking about everyone who is on the platform that has to communicate. You don't want to see yourself on the wrong based on things that you post and things that when you were in another state of mind, you felt you want to ventilate your frustration at a later stage in your life. So that particular responsibility, we need to engage. There should be a regulation that you see that responsibility.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so on market intelligence, much I think I agree. We have to know who you're communicating to and with, and at what time. Because we tend to think it's one size fits all, you just issue a press release and it goes. It must be tailor-made to a particular audience. So it calls for communication planning, which we tend to forget because we work in a hurry. You have to sit and think and strategize. This white paper that the department is launching, who is it targeted for? Key messages that DCIS also helps with, but mainly know your audience. If your minister is launching a dam in a particular area, the communicator should have gone in advance together with the logistics team so that you are able to brief the minister. We are launching a dam, but there's a bigger problem here, which is electricity. You are not a minister of electricity, but the residents don't care.
Yeah.
They see a minister. So brief your principal. They must be ready to deal with any. The message must be able to cut across and be agile, be ready to deal with issues that will arise that are not related to what, as I said earlier, you launch something and people talk about it. So market intelligence is absolutely.
Thank you very much. Oh, you needed the third question to be read out to you. Thank you. Question number 3.
That question was, how can we reconstruct, reshape, or reframe the way that we adopt the term social media in the context of Africa or in an African context?
And on your behalf, I don't understand the question, but if you do, please answer.
Okay.
So I won't take it against you if you don't understand.
Okay. I'll answer it in terms of how do we relook social media in an African context. So if maybe the person who asked the question can forgive me if I don't answer it. But I think if we think of where the social media platforms come from, they are more first world platforms, but we have embraced them in an unprecedented manner in the African context, and we have adopted it as a means of communication. And that's why we can see the likes of the City Press and Abot closing shop, because this form of communication has surpassed them. So how is it that we adopt it is that we don't look at it in isolation. It's been spoken before that how is it that we bring convergence of other media platforms into communicating with citizens. So we use the social media, but we do not forget that we have a radio and also use it to our benefit. Perhaps start using other languages, start responding in other languages, and get translators or people who speak the language to be writing and responding to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. It has been very insightful, slightly long. I truly appreciate your insights, and I don't want us to take for granted the importance of seniority. Part of your insights do not come from just knowledge, they come also from experience. And that helps a lot. And I want to use it as part of my closing remarks to say, some of the questions you asked could be solved by just tapping into the knowledge of those who've been there before. There is no textbook for everything. Sometimes speaking to the right people will help you right way. Some of them sit here in front of you and still work for government. They do exist, they can help you. They've seen a lot. It sounds counterproductive for somebody in my space to say you don't always need a consultant. Sometimes consult those who go inside the room. Right? But when all else fails, calls. So, 5 things I want to share as closing comments. And one of them refers to the question that Professor Mnisi asked earlier. Reaching audiences. Please do not try to reach everyone. Not only is it impossible, it's counterproductive. Just know your audience. You're not God. Right? And nobody's interested in them. Not everybody is interested in what you have to say. Choose your audiences. Now, I'm going to make a very strange example, but this advice I got from somebody who was former editor of a magazine called Scope. I'm not going to explain what Scope was. If you don't know, it's okay. Wow. But he was our English lecturer in the School of Journalism. He said, when they did that magazine, they knew who the audience was. They did not bother about anybody else, including those that hated Scope. That is not the audience. Know your audience. It is about effective engagement, not about spreading to too many people. If your message gets to 2 million people but nobody engages, It's useless. It's rather get to 1,000 people and 900 engage. Now you know you're doing the right thing. Right? So focus on engagement. 2, tell stories, don't dump information. Tell stories. It's very important. Think about stories. Earlier, Khumbuliso spoke about, kind of start going to things like video and voice notes. Tell those stories through those things. We can now create our own ads with our own phones and run them in our own spaces. Right? So do that. Do that. I keep on going back to Kara Asmal with water affairs and forestry. He told stories of those women who used to travel 4 kilometers to fetch water, and the next day they have a tap. And that's the story of that woman. It's not about opening a tap by the department. It's the story of that woman. Some of you complain about your executive managers and your bosses. Lead them by sharing insights. Whenever there's something of interest, share it with them so that you soften them into the game. Remember, they're technocrats, some of these guys. They're just thinking, no, my job is to know where screws go in. Doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean. So, share insights. When there is a beautiful story to share, a nice video to show them, let them see these things and see that these things work, and slowly you get into them. It's called winning hearts and minds. Right? So don't start by looking at them as problems. It doesn't help. Help them into the room slowly. And include media into your social media communication. What I mean is that if you guys have a digital thing that you run in the department, tag the media on it. They don't always know. Tag us on it. They'll choose whether they see a story in it or not. It's as simple as that. And lastly, Dr. Kaunda spoke about training. Please do not patronize your principals when you want to suggest to them that they need training. They already, some of them hate or fear the media. Don't patronize them. One of the greatest things that was done by a government communicator was inviting me to sit next to the principal, the minister, on a flight. Said, she's not going to give us a diary appointment. It's never going to happen. I'm going to book you on a flight and sit next to her. But I'm going to tell her that she'll be sitting next to you. We're going to have a chat. It was the best thing that ever happened. A 2-hour flight, and we had an informal training session. Right? You're not always going to call somebody in the room, you need training. That's why they walk away. Thank you for your indulgence. It's been wonderful. I hope not to see you again.
I think they deserve a warmer round of applause. But also, I regret not having taken a before and after selfie. There were many chairs that were empty earlier. And I should have taken a selfie to say before. Now after, the room looks so much better. As I've indicated, that our program is, the presentations are not changing. We're just moving chairs. We are now going to have Dr. Karabo Sito Kaunda, who is going to talk to us about the promise and perils of AI. Remember, Dr. Karabo was meant to present yesterday, just before we ended the day, and she graciously agreed when we asked her that Google could not be available today. So can we swap spots? And Doc, I know that you've been good to us, but importantly, she may now be at the University of Pretoria, but she's our person. So before she went to the University of Pretoria as an associate professor, she was at the University of Johannesburg, and that is why it was easy, to approach her and say that she joins us. Doc, it is your turn. I suspect I need to just put your presentation up. Yes.
All right, it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good. I'm going to time myself. Let the rams chewed more than 5 minutes. It's also the problem when you're at home. Everybody just is like, no, she'll understand. I'm very happy to be here, and really my discussion is just a discussion. There are some points of thought. I think we're all figuring out AI. And so I wanted to start here because I was trying to remember my uncle had number 2, and he used to forget this thing at home. They'd given him one at work. I have to contextualize it. It was like early 90s. And he would drive back home, like, into a cell phone. You know, because it was an inconvenience, right? And it's come to the point where it's not a question, it's an extension of our hand. Something that a person used to leave behind because it was like, these people at work are trying to be fancy, you know? So to contextualize where we've come from, right? Where it was so inconvenient that it was an extra thing that was just sitting on the side, not even in the briefcase. And it's gone further because now we are wearing it. I'm sure about Apple, what, hey, they're swiping. Oh, I once attended a conference and somebody was on the panel. Oh no, my client is calling me, excuse me. This is the extent to which technology has pervaded our lives. It's what we do, and it's not just what we use. It's become part of how we do things. When you're trying to navigate to a new place, I can ask Google now, hi Google, how to get to JBS. And Google will tell me. I live with somebody who likes to ask Google every once in a while to turn the lights on and off, just because we can do it. But it's gotten to that point where we're not even questioning the use of technology. It's not invasive anymore. It's part of our lives. So I started with AI. What is AI? Then I was like, hey, AI can also be I. Because we are always banding around these terms. And I think in an academic context, we are at fault. We just assume that when we put down a term, we all have an understanding of what we are talking about, and that's it. So it's not to patronize people in the room, but it's to give us a sense of what are we talking about when we are saying AI. Some people are, we're still grappling with social media and the tools. Now there's this AI thing. People were saying 4IR. What is going on, right? So it's just an evolution of technology. The same way that the cell phones we have now look very, very different from the bricks that started this journey. It's a continuum of that journey. And really the key difference with AI is that it's advanced to the point where it starts to replace the tasks we used to do as human beings. It's starting to do the human things. I don't have to get up and switch on the TV. I can get Google or whoever to do that. I can use eWeLink to switch on the lights. I can check now at the moment if I remember to close the garage when I drove out this morning. It's just a continuum. Except now you don't have to call home and be like, boy, I know you're home for the holidays. Can you go check if I close the garage? So it takes away some of the humanistic functions. Doesn't replace human beings. It takes away some of the human functions, right? And it's integrated with natural language processing. That's why you can talk to Siri and Alexa. They've been coded and made clever to be able to understand when we talk to them. It's why you prompt with, hey, Alexa, hey, Siri, hey, Google. Because it's now saying, I'm part of your life. I'm your assistant. I work with you. I am part of the household and the home. And that's really the big key difference in terms of what we mean around AI. And the more data we give these tools, the cleverer they become. That's how AI works, right? The data is what drives artificial intelligence, and it's what also drives its evolution. It's how the clever people who sit behind the computers figure out what we need next. Then we go, oh, this is fantastic. We've been telling them what we need. We're telling them the shortcomings in terms of the data that we're giving them. And that's then called machine learning. It's not that the machines are clever. They're just processing the things we tell them and we give them. And they're learning the tasks, and the more repetitive the task, and this was said by a very, very clever professor who's a computer something engineer of these fancy, fancy things in AI back in 2018, that the way that these machines are able to process data quickly, they're able to learn quicker. So the more data we give them, they can turn that around much quicker than a human can, not because a human is not smart, but because that's all the machine is doing. If all your smartwatch is doing is set to tell you how you sleep, how you eat, whether you are hydrated, it doesn't have to worry about school run. I'm a parent, this is my life. It doesn't have to worry about, did I put everything on the task list? Does Google even know that your task list is incomplete? Not really, right? But its sole focus is a particular thing. And so the machine gets cleverer and cleverer at learning that particular task, and eventually does it better because we've been telling it what we need. So that's what we really mean about AI at the base of AI. And some of the examples, which I've already said, Siri, Alexa, Google, chatbots. When you have, now it's the new thing, I don't like it, but SARS is very good at it. And their chatbot works really well. Chatbots, you have a thing, somebody says, hi, you're on the internet, I'm Tembi. You know it's not Tembi. Can I help you? What are you looking for? Right? That's a chatbot. Generative AI, there's big things, especially in academia, around generative AI, chat GPTs, the things that generate content for us. I know journalism is dealing with a very big aspect of it now. Presentation generators, I'm sure Tumelo might have taken you through some of the tools yesterday because he was at a summit or a colloquium with us last year in a panel. There are video generators. In 5 or 10 minutes, you can actually generate a 1-minute video using generative AI tools. It's not perfect, but it will do a really good job for you in a very short space of time. Virtual assistants, it's one of the things I like, but I'm scared of. The MS Teams virtual assistant, I don't know who uses MS Teams, but I do like it, but I'm scared of it. That this bot follows me into the meeting room, takes notes for me, and sends me a summary of the discussion. Which is really nice because yes, somebody may be tasked with doing the minutes, but you may remember or forget some particular aspects that now your virtual assistant, who's your little secretary in the room, in the virtual room, comes in with. And there are a lot of those that are coming up. Then there are robots, front desk assistants. Rwanda during COVID was doing front desk screening using robots before getting people processed through hospitals. And things like automated newsletters. So there are a lot of tools, and tools for good in terms of AI. So it's not something to be scared of, but
a lot of attention and are getting all the nice things, and then we're not getting anything. But they don't have an understanding of the fragmentation of what this picture looks like outside of the centralized communication strategy, then forming a digital strategy. And with a national strategy, it would be wonderful then for public sector communicators to be able to figure out how to, kind of work out certain aspects like the types of media, the mix of media that should be in there, the investment and resources, the infrastructure required, including the manpower and the womanpower, to be able to run the machine of communication in public sector. How to integrate the technologies to improve professional delivery. How do you use the tools not to self-brand? And I think that's some of where the challenge of using these digital and social media, people don't really quite enjoy it. It becomes almost a self-branding exercise or a self-promotion exercise. So that would really help a lot. But it would also help to have a guide in terms of providing the room to experiment with AI technologies, piloting certain projects, and to be able to share best practice centrally. And I'm praying about it to CIS. They really have a very, very heavy load to carry on their shoulders. But this, I think, will empower if we then have something in this thing. But also to then also train the AI. These technologies are moving every single day. I don't think even today, what we did yesterday is valid. It's constantly moving, it's constantly changing. But if we train and we skill properly, we're able to then move with the technologies. It's on a continuum. The same way we no longer question being able to check our favorite social media. At some point, it was a learning exercise. It was like, oh, I have to remember I have this thing. Now it's just part of our lives. And AI can become integrated in our lives. So what are some of the promises? What are some of the, the wonderful potential benefits and applications? The participation landscape that digital has brought into communication really shifts the power in terms of communication. And AI has allowed organizations to be able to learn a lot more about their stakeholders and audiences. And to be able to communicate with them in a more personalized way without creating extra work. And so now, because people are producing and consuming, they are prosumers of content, the public sector communicators' role has also changed in terms of their level of importance. I don't know necessarily that the principals always see it that way, but there's a reason why there's a shift and more communicators and chief communication officers are sitting in strategic meetings. That has shifted that landscape completely. And the challenge is also that the stakeholders are different. They're heterogeneous. We are looking at rural areas, peri-rural, urban. Even within urban, there's the very, very wealthy, the not wealthy at all. And it's diverse. And the expectations are as diverse as the diversity that we have and enjoy. That is a strength, but also a challenge for us. And AI can become a facilitator for service delivery communication outside of office hours, for example. So billing inquiries can now happen at your time when you are off. Somebody's there. AI can be able to do some of the very routine things. And that helps to free up time and resources for things that really require human intervention one-on-one. Applications for housing and for schools, which was bad teething problems for Gauteng, when at the time MEC was moved to an online system. But over time, they've learned, they've been able to figure out, and they've used the data to be able to find a way to use these data-driven technologies to be able to allow people to apply for their children for schools. It's not perfect, there are no perfect systems, but those are some of the interventions that allow for service delivery to happen, where it frees up space and time for the human part to do a lot more of the other work. Daily routine tasks can change, and And for government that holds a lot of data and information, AI can become a really potential assistant in terms of distilling that information. Some of the information we saw during COVID-19, the coordination in terms of the statistics, that was not a human being sitting with a calculator every day, right? KZN, you said how many? 5, okay. 10, okay. That's just fed into a machine. And that's some of the power of AI. And because of machine learning, it can also start to help governments to plan. COVID-19 was a very clear example, and it's a nice example because at that time there was a lot of coordinated effort from many, many departments into a central way of communicating to the citizens. And we're able to then tell where are the hotspots, what is the trend in terms of, do we see a peak and an ebb and a flow in terms of infections? When they opened the municipal borders, what happened? How did they respond to that? And the communication responded in turn to the data. So integrating AI into public sector communication, it then reskills our communicators and requires our communicators to be reskilled, to be able to meet the demand of our citizens. So one of the ones that I really enjoy, the city of Joburg, they seem to be doing some really interesting things. I am a ratepayer there, which is why it's easier for me. I get an email, automated. How many years ago we were worried about, not even worried, it was a big news story about billing issues in Johannesburg. I know, I came home to a 6,000 rand bill out of nowhere after not receiving a bill for 3 years in the city of Joburg. To go from that in the space of, I want to say 5-6 years to this, is just a very good demonstration of harnessing the role of AI. This is not a human being. The system sends an automated email to say, hi, here's your thing. If you want to go and check, here's the portal. If you call the call center, they will direct you to this for billing. Please check on the system. This is how you use it, step by step. Here's an email of how to set up your account online. It's not perfect, I'm not saying yay, but this begins to show the promise of AI. If billing in a huge metro like Johannesburg can be sorted out over time, over a very short space of time, then there's potential for the city to be able to be doing other things than to be fighting and plugging up the call center with fights about my bill isn't correct. SARS is the crown jewel in public sector communication and harnessing AI. Last year, they started doing automated returns. For those who are who are SARS patrons, which is most of us, and they've used the power of the data they have, processing it through AI, to be able to develop systems and checks and balances to make sure that every single cent owed to the state is recouped or is traced. At the moment, they're sitting with close to 1 billion that they are running after of people who have just kind of not declared. And it's a very interesting system because they have all the data. They sort of watch people write up their bills, and then eventually they just, hi, that's 200 million, thank you, we're here for it now. But it just shows how you can harness AI to enhance, because then those queues at SARS have suddenly gone away. Those long, long queues with people running around with documents, and then in that pile of documents, you've forgotten one, you're turning back, you're coming back tomorrow. The human aspect means that SARS can then focus on other parts within their human capacity that actually require them to be sitting and thinking. And in relation to this, the communication of the systems coming, they're very good about it. We already know that July is that time. We already know. If in November you don't dispute what's been sent to you as automated, you'll pay whatever they said. Right? And that's how you harness AI and then push it through into the communication part to be able to take people through the journey. those are some good examples that are already working in South Africa. I know we're always negative Nancy's, but there's some fantastic things that are working in this country. And for all of its faults, government really tries hard. So yes, it's great, it's wonderful, but there are some perils. There are some challenges. The affordability in terms of being online cannot be ignored. I don't take it lightly that I'm able to get an email and I'm able to log onto the portal because that's just data. I don't think I really think about it. I just log on at home and it's great. We're all on Wi-Fi here. We just kind of put our things in there. However, there's also this information inaccessibility. We're getting an information asymmetry. Some get lots of information and then we're leaving people behind. And that's also resulting in the closure of publications. I really, every time I see publications closing, I get sad. When Daily Sun was closed, I was like, Daily Sun? Yeah. Daily Sun? Yeah. The thing, I still remember the launch of Daily Sun. There isn't a single piece of gossip in the township that you didn't know because the Daily Sun told you about issues in your community. That's how it gained relevance. And it wasn't just the gossip. Yes, we knew businessmen so and so busy with not being at home at night. But you also got to know things like municipal issues, bills that are being passed in specific metros. There's a reason why Daily Sun was set up that way. There was very little that was not bespoke for a particular community. So this rise in AI and some institutions not being able to pivot makes it very difficult for the citizenry. We're leaving people behind. We're on a how train and the PAPCO bus is coming behind us. The disparity makes me, I get anxious when I think about it because a lot of my research work is in digital communication and has now pushed me to looking at convergence and the divide. There's also this reluctance and resistance, particularly from our communicators who may not understand, what does this mean for me? If this machine can write the newsletter for me, or write my memo notes to my principal for me, that's my job. What does that mean for my employability? And it's a real concern, right? And so those security concerns then play into the pace at which adoption is happening of AI. So we're not realizing necessarily the full benefits because there's some very real human interest concerns here that become perils. And that then also then perpetuates inefficiencies. Because where we could find ways to be more efficient and free up our public sector communicators for much more, I think, strategic insights and strategic intervention, they're still sitting at, I want to write the press statement, right? I want to be the one that responds to the billing information issue. So we have to think about what it's costing us as well in terms of some of the perils. It also has an image issue. It was not very long ago that this was a very big issue and a scandal, and not only that, it's embarrassing. And it's embarrassing, unfortunately, because the president relies on a particular person to do this job. It's not his job to be like, right, I'll turn it in. I'm going to go online, I'm going to do an AI detection. When a speechwriter, you're fired because the AI detection is done. He has too many things on his plate. And if we're also not using the AI tools effectively, this is what happens. We get caught with our hands down. So one of the major perils at the moment is we don't have regulation around AI. Even our digital regulation is very thin. Security does not equal privacy. We don't know who's controlling the data. Right now, it's where I live, they've just changed the biometric system, and now we're using facial recognition to drive in. I'm a very resistant digital communicator. I'm like, Who is using my facial recognition? Where does this data go? Is there regulation about once this organization has captured my biometric information, and linked it to an ID number and linked it to my face? Where is it going? There is no regulation at the moment that says this is how you're treated. So ethicality is a very thin line here. We're relying on the makers of data who are interested in profiting to be able to do this job. I'm not going to take Rianette's, I'm not going to steal her thunder because this is the rule. But there's this challenge then of regulation. You know, the national AI kind of position for South Africa is in its infancy. Only now in April, the Department of Communications and Digital Technology has begun a first step. But already you're seeing the legal eagle say there are many, many gaps here. There are many things that this beginning, it's a good first step, but it's going to miss out a lot. There are many, many blind spots here. Then we've also got the fact that data has got to be fed into these systems. So where is the data coming from? And how do we do it without compromising personal information? And how do we trust these systems if there is no mechanism to regulate those systems? I mean, TransUnion a few years ago had a data breach. We don't know where that data is gone. There has been some sort of penalty, but is there a requirement for them to find a way to retrieve the data? Because then it turns out that part of the reason is because they were negligent. An internal person used a very good password, got in, and stole 3 million records. So there are issues then also of citizens lacking different levels of skills, especially those that are meaningful for participation in AI. That's really, really a problem. So I'm going to move past and say, now what, right? The promises on their own cannot seduce us into forgetting that there are perils in AI. We've got to invest in training, even self-training, figuring out what are these tools. If we're saying ChatGPT, what do we mean? And it's really important to be conscious and deliberate in taking all the citizens along this journey. The same way we've pulled people, and that's why Facebook is the biggest. Facebook was able to figure out that if they offer some free sort of mode, people can participate, they can grow their numbers. They didn't do it for good. They did it for themselves because they're an advertising platform. But they used that insight to kind of figure out a way to be more inclusive. So we've got to think about how do we do that with the AI journey, to be able to make AI a public good. And then for government to then develop some very meaningful policies in partnership. That's that private-public partnership. If legal people are already saying something, they've got to sit in the room with government. They've got to advise, they've got knowledge, they've got experience, they've got to be in there in terms of the protection of data, privacy of information of citizens, and the country as a whole. I'm going to end with this, which I don't like this guy, but I do agree with what he's saying. You're allowed to agree with what people say if you don't like it. And he says, I'm increasingly inclined to think that there should be some regulatory oversight, maybe at the national and international level, just to make sure that we don't do something very foolish. I mean, with artificial intelligence, we're summoning the demon. Yeah. Thank you. Lorata's told me that I'm not doing my own job, so I'm going to facilitate the question and answer.
Take hands.
There are two very eager hands here, so I'll take those.
So you can do them in batches of
Each of you can fight one another for people's
Thank you so much for the conversation. And you settled a lot of concerns that I had from the session from yesterday, especially with regards to data, privacy, and security, and the threat of AI taking up what we do as communicators. I'm still of the thought that, let's take for instance the example that you used for the president's speech. You still need the human touch, even if you are using the tool to kind of check if
AI is doing what you want it to do. And I was also interested in how AI then learns how me as chemical to actually speak, like they can, AI will eventually be able to customize things that I do with what I feed into it. And then there was an interesting story about, I'm not sure how true it is though, with facial recognition, where someone was arrested because AI did not, it assumed that that person had committed a crime and it wasn't them. So that gives me a bit of discomfort, yeah, because what are we doing with the information that we are feeding into those? So that comes back to regulation and cyber security. And then as a citizen, also how safe am I compared to countries that are way further than South Africa in this kind of conversation. But thank you so much. I think what you just said kind of settled some of the concerns that I had, and that we are moving in the right direction. I'm glad.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kaunda, for that presentation. I'd like to talk more on you mentioned sort of like the lack of a proper national government strategy. So I'm asking, how can, every charity begins at home, how can government departments themselves communicate effectively or better with themselves? For example, if a communication officer in a small town at a municipality knows what a comms officer at the national office knows, let's say we've been talking about water and maybe if there's a damage to a dam that affects a smaller dam or a spring in Kuruman because it gets its water from the Orange River, which happens to pass in the area, and that will lead to definitely no water in the town. But do you think if the community knew this in their language, to the intellectual capacity, would, in their language and in how they understand at their level, would they protest and damage government infrastructure?
I think
if this was communicated to them, because there's a portal or where you can tap into what's happening nationally, because some of these they protest because they don't know, and
I think protest is a very complex beast. And our communities voice their disgruntlement in many different ways. And I'm not sure that communication is the magic wand that can corral our people's anger, right? I think we're all also sitting here collectively with our own individual angers. We just have them suppressed because we ate nice food and had juice. So we are like, once we get in the car, and if I get in and it's the time that Lehana Todizi or whoever is reading the news on Lesedi FM, I'm just like, I've remembered now. But I'm not going to go and burn anything because that's not my language of protest. But I think what can happen is that if there is greater coordination, so firstly, a recognition that as a provincial department, I'm not the municipal communication officer's boss or better than. We are colleagues. We are peers. We rely on one another to be able to have a coordinated effort for our citizens. And I think and it's something the panel mentioned, remembering the audience. And public sector communication at its heart is about the citizen, or should be. It should not be about egos. It should not be about, oh, we are coming to bring the stats to say that the economy is better. Because the stats don't speak to the everyday issues of hunger. So that's one of the things that I see as a gap. Everyone is jostling and fighting for a voice. Municipality so-and-so will say this, and they will try and one-up the premier's office, who will also try to one-up the national office. At the moment, and it's something that I spoke to someone that works in the communication space in SAPS, I said, I don't know what's going on, but you guys need to get a handle on Captain Konazi being a celebrity,
Yeah.
because he's celebrated a lot more than the Ministry of Police. I'm not taking away from the work that he's doing. He's doing his job. We are very grateful when public sector officers, as well as people in private sector, when we're all doing our jobs, means the country's working. However, there's this jostling. How did someone even know that he's the captain in that particular region? And if that first part was not nipped in the bud, which it was not, by SAPS and by the ministry, it's now gotten out of hand. Every time we hear a news report from KZN, he's the first person I see on Twitter. It's not his fault. He's doing his job. But somebody centrally has not sat with their other colleagues and said, colleagues, we cannot elevate personalities. It also targets him. It makes him a target. It makes him vulnerable. But part of where the part starts to help ease this issue that this poor GCIS is trying to just be like, no, let's coordinate. Come on, play nice, stand in the photo. Have you ever tried taking a family photo? Hey, no, come back. Hey, no, me, I'm hungry. I need to go make it. It's like that, right? But if, as departments, municipalities, regions, you call out, hey, my colleague so-and-so, and have a list. Do you know who those people are? Do you care to know? Most people are just trying to be the superstars. There was a few years back a minister spokesperson who was chastised very heavily for trying to become a celebrity. That's also our challenge. The communicators, when I was trained in communication, you were always in the background. I was in PR, my clients, no one ever knew the clients that I worked with. I'm not the celebrity, the client is the star. Your principal is the star, the department is the star, the minister, the president is the star. You are not. You are only a star if that person shines. And I think that that's part of what needs to be fixed. And it goes back to the professionalization of communication. This is not an art, it's a science. 2 minutes. Aye, Tate Rams, we left 15 minutes. We're going to take, Sinak, I'll take you, lady. Can we start 1, 2, 3? And then if there's anybody online, Laura, you just tell me and then we'll close it out.
Am I starting?
No, you are saving the best for last.
Dr. Karaba, I really appreciate the fact that you mentioned the human aspects in this. And we spoke about this yesterday, and I didn't get an answer to my question. And I think for me, my concern in all of this is the gap that is continuing to be created between the haves and the have-nots. Firstly, I don't know whether we'll ever answer that question and whether they themselves, the have-nots, will ever catch up to the Gautrain in their Katko bus. Firstly. Then secondly, I found myself thinking yesterday, sitting in traffic, and there was, I don't know, load shedding or maybe a power outage. And I kept thinking to myself, why is it that governments, yes, I understand, and I mean, the guy from COJ yesterday gave a beautiful presentation about how we can use ChatGPT to, do all sorts of crazy things. But I thought, why are we not then using these systems, AI, to solve the electricity issue, the water issue? Why are we not using AI to create strategies and implementing them and keeping track of those strategies through AI and ensuring that we have water, we have electricity? Because right now it sounds great that yes, I can go onto a particular app and create my own app or this and that and the fourth, but government has all these things at their fingertips, but they're not using them. Why?
I'll give you one answer, which is one word: coordination. That's really at the heart of it, and not for an unwillingness. There's just a lot of egos involved in that particular space. And now if you look at the GNU, it gives you a very clear, open picture of what some of the challenges are in terms of coordination of our public sector. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for your presentation. Stunning. Also, just to say, Government of Gauteng, COJ, Chef's kiss.
Bona.
I liked your
I'm a
comment
happy
about-
ratepayer, whoever is at COJ.
I liked the elements that you spoke on about the private and public sector partnership, because one of the ways we can try and bridge that divide when it comes to digital privilege, in the sense of people not having data and anything, they have a smartphone but data is not always there. We can try and collaborate with private sector and there's all these network companies to make these websites and apps for government zero rated, so that you don't need data to log on, or if you have 10 megabytes, it doesn't take any other megabytes, you're on the site and you're able to use it. And then my question then becomes, from a communications practitioner standpoint, it's an issue around ethics, right? How do you, or do you have to, must you communicate to the person you are serving, whether it's your principal, whether it's a client, if you're a consultant, communicate that you are AI assisted. I prefer that AI assisted trumps AI generated. You are AI assisted, because I'm worried about issues of leaks, because we don't know where that information is going. So maybe you want to write a press statement, or you want to write a very high level invitation, right, to talk about a certain issue, but it's confidential. And you're like, hey, ChatGPT, please draft this, but it's confidential information, right? Because we've had cases where ChatGPT was caught with their pants down. They were putting out other people's prompts, showing other people's prompts to other users, right? And so from that ethical standpoint, because that is a risk for clients, if you're dealing with confidential issues, do you then disclose and say, so here, if you're an early adopter, of course, if you're an adopter of AI, and you say, do you then disclose, say, okay, here we are AI assisted, right? And then you can navigate into, okay, Lena, this thing you don't put into the chatbot or whatever generative AI you are using, because it might leak the information. Say you are using Google and your client is Mark Zuckerberg, and you are saying private things. Now things are leaked, and then it's a catastrophe. So, and that's how do we navigate that?
So here's the thing: institutions shouldn't be using free things. Like Lorato said, and it's a very common thing. If it's free, you're the product. If it's free, you're the product. There's a reason why Google formalized and have a business suite where you pay money to be assured that there are some repercussions. ChatGPT actually has a premium model that allows you to be able to be assured. In the absence of regulation, the regulation is the money. You pay for it, you get a say in how it works. If you're using a free product, it's the same if you're just using a random Gmail open. Gmail goes and farms your things and say, oh, you said this about the minister. There's no safeguard for you. There is no recourse. There's nowhere where you can go, particularly as an organization. And that's reliant on having some sort of strategy. If you're an early adopter, you need to be able to have somebody, a principal, somebody who has the signing powers to say, can we use this? And then your principals know that we use it, and you take them on the journey. This is how we use it. This is how it's working. When I use AI, these are the prompts I use. This is how I changed it to be able to suit our context. But using this prompt saved us 20 minutes. Instead of running around for a press statement for a crisis issue for 1 hour, 30 minutes, debating words and how to put it together, this saved us an hour because we did it in 30 minutes. The AI gave me something in 5 minutes. After a few prompts, I then rewrote it like this in 25 minutes, sent it to you, principal, client, whoever. But it's got to be premium. Free is nice for you to be able to skill yourself, practice, do whatever the case is, things that are non-risk issues. If it's a non-risk issue, pay for the assurance that you're covered. It's like paying insurance.
Thank you for a good presentation, by the way. I feel from what you were saying in the conversation, we miss CETA here as a key stakeholder, because they are a service provider to government in terms of technology. And I'm just wondering, the issue of ethics, IT, security, risk, all in one. If an executive management takes a decision that we are going to have biometrics of face recognition, do they take into account those things and even the terms and conditions of the service level agreement that they sign? What are they saying about the security of information and the data that gets to be collected within the institution as a result of the system that they put in place? If that information is not within the service level agreement, somewhere, somehow, we are not the how trained that we think we are. We are hardcore, but at least we are a bit better.
Yeah, we're in a greyhound, not a Patco.
But the latest hardcore.
We're in a greyhound, not a Patco.
But at least, what I'm saying, from everything that you have said, the element of decision makers when it comes to IT systems that get to be installed, and we have been talking about the community and all that. Now I'm thinking about people that are working in government. All this, how many millions?
Yes.
Officials.
Yeah.
Where is our information? Because there's biometrics everywhere we go. And I can tell you, you will seldom hear an IT guy telling you that, no, in terms of the service level agreement, when it comes to security, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 on the data that gets to be collected. And I think if we were getting that particular information, in some cases, we're not even going to allow the facial recognition because it's a high risk.
So I like that comment. I think it's an interesting, that's why I said it's a conversation today. A few years ago, it was JMPD and the ARTO system in a fight with their service provider because of data breach and data misuse. JMPD signed a tender and they didn't realize, the signatories did not realize that it did not give them ownership over ARTO data. This is your data, everyone.
Yes.
If you're a driver with, or even if you don't drive it, but you have a license to drive, this is your data. That a private company took public funds to develop a system and then decided to own the data that is being paid for by our public funds. So that's one. The principals in the room need to leave the egos outside of the room. Get the right people in the room. Public, private. Get the Edelmans of the world. Get sharks to scrutinize those things. It's a very difficult space, and it's something that I've seen even when I was in digital advertising. Development of websites would happen and clients would be trapped in not knowing that actually if they don't pay the maintenance fee, we can switch off the website. And it's their content. It's their money that paid to build that thing. But we are proprietizing the data aspect as organizations, as private entities. Public money needs a lot more scrutiny. It means if we must pay Edelman 100,000 because they are saying, no, we're not helping you, pay first, but rather secure it because the cost is much higher. And now that we're having this conversation, those who are next to principals begin to introduce these conversations, begin to ask. And I think we've also not had the knowledge to be able to know, to go to IT and ask, until the biometric, when I put my finger here, where is this thing going? Who has access to this thing? What are we paying for? Do you know where this data goes and this information goes? And we need to begin to ask those questions. The only way to secure data. There are many, many private organizations that hold all our data. 60 plus million people. It gives me heartburn. I don't want to think about it. Even today, as I was driving out, I was like, I don't want to use this facial recognition thing. Who is looking at my face now? And because it's coded by people, there are mistakes. You'll be stopped at the airport trying to go somewhere, as close as Durban, because supposedly you're a criminal. on the basis of one line of code that says, you and I both have brown eyes and brown skin. So it's a bit of a challenge. Loretta, this session's on fire. Now I'm gonna just defer to you. This is what happens when you tell academics to moderate themselves. Anything online?
No, nothing
No.
online.
Okay.
Yes, we have to end
So
the
one
session.
debate.
There's one hand online.
We are going to allow for that one hand only. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for such a beautiful presentation. I always enjoy the speakers' conversations. They are always enlightening. I just want to maybe put a comment out there. Maybe it's also just a thought for all of us to think. There's a department called Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. I think that name, I think it's they are onto something there. And maybe that's a thought that I would like to leave with everyone, to start thinking that you are no longer just a communicator. You are somewhat shifting towards being a digital technology implementer, from just being an ordinary communicator to probably shifting towards that direction. And there's a need for all of us to equip ourselves with digital communication technologies, not only from a strategy perspective, but also from an implementation perspective. As the speaker was presenting various technologies, from video to chatbots to this and that, it requires all of us to start influencing implementation of that. And I had somebody saying CETA and IT. We've implemented various technologies and our IT have no clue what it is. In fact, we still don't have a social media policy in the city of Joburg, after social media is now even like an ancient technology now. So our legacy IT environment seems to be not shifting as much as we communicators are actually moving. I'm not sure where CETA is, because CETA seems to also be behind, and their model of implementation is still the old way of doing things, which takes forever and is expensive. And so I just want to leave that thought with all of you, that 2 years, 5 years from now, you may find that you are actually more of a digital technology IT specialist somewhat, somehow. But a thought. Thank you, Chair.
Hello, Tumelo. You had your chance yesterday. So thank you so much for this fantastic session and conversation. Hopefully just planted a few thoughts, and that the contributions around the room leave us with some homework, each of us individually, so that we don't think we're on a cow train until we're on a Greyhound, thinking we're outpacing people in a Patco bus. Thank you very much.
That was Dr. Karabo Sitho Kaunda. Thank you so much once again. A warm round of applause for Dr. Karabo. So the conversations we are having, and you'll realize, right, we, as the organizing committee of the summit, we had to carefully curate and to make sure that they talk to one another. The next conversation is on enabling, is a panel on enabling responsible citizen engagement on social media, right? And we have Future Elect, which is one of our partners who have joined, to be part of this summit. And you can imagine, so Future Elect are they're a civic society organization, hugely interested in governance and civic engagement. And of course, the partnership was one that was easy to have. the conversation will be facilitated by Xotshelwa Jimlongo, and we have on the panel from Brand South Africa, Matalane Ngobeni, who's the manager for digital and new media. As she comes up, Matalane, may we give Matalane a hand. No, when I can go to the end as the moderator. And then we have Rianet Libowitz, who's the founder and MD of SafetyNet, cyber safety. She's also, she's not a stranger to public sector. She has been at Film and Publications Board before. So on issues around cyber security and how we utilize or at least engage on digital better. We then have Mahlatse Ramchapedi, who's the acting digital marketing manager at SABC Digital. Let's give, yes. And then something strange happened. Just as I was announcing that we are starting with this panel, Dr. Tina Nzo stepped out. I see that she just stepped out. So I'll ask that maybe I ramble for a few minutes so that she can walk in and right. And we'll clear for her when she comes back as well. So yesterday we had promised that we were going to announce the prize this morning as the organizing committee, and as we can do this thing, right? We decided to shift, but the prize still stays. The judging panel has seen one candidate already who has been tweeting up a storm, right? So it looks like it's going somewhere. So somebody must, just be on the heels of this Twitterati, right? Right on time. Dr. Tina Nzo. I had already introduced you as the last member of this panel. Dr. Tina Nzo is a senior researcher at the Public Affairs Research Institute. So I'm about to hand over to you, Xotshelwa. So as I was saying, you know that the official hashtag is #SocialMediaSummit4Gov, the number 4Gov. And as you tweet, our partner, Gauteng Tourism Authority, they say that it is worth 30,000 rands. Wow. I don't know where you and your partner are going to go and enjoy yourself, right? So I'm saying continue sharing those pictures, continue sharing those insights, especially insights, right? Because this is a knowledge exchange platform. So we are not talking at one another, or at least, the speakers talking at you as the participants, but it must be an exchange. Xotshelwa, I give it over to you. A round of applause.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lorenzo, for that. Hello, everyone. If you have not seen me around before, I am Xotshelwa Jimlongo. I'm the Programs Officer at Future Elect. I'm really looking forward to this conversation today. This panel is around, enabling responsible citizen engagement on social media. And I think we have just the right people to chat to today. But I guess perhaps maybe to start us off, part of what I want us to get out of this conversation really are some of the challenges and opportunities that social media does present us with in our plight for encouraging citizen engagement on social media. What active citizenship means, what does it mean, what do we expect from South Africans, and we want that out of them. And yeah, I guess maybe that's where I'd really like us to get the conversation going. And of course, from the previous conversation, a lot of the stuff around AI came up, and so we can't have this conversation without talking about things like trolls, things like bots, misinformation, disinformation, and how that also contributes to how people interact on social media. But yeah, maybe to start us off, can we maybe have a chat around what do we expect from South Africans as active citizens on social media? Maybe let's start with you.
So greetings to everyone in the room and those that have joined us online. I think before I give my thoughts on the topic, I just want to correct in terms of who Brand South Africa is. We had Proudly SA yesterday, who are beloved cousins speaking, but I could see on social media there was confusion between Brand SA and Proudly SA. They were tagging Brand SA on the Proudly SA.
Misinformation.
But I mean, it's a common thing that happens when people do confuse Brand SA, Tourism SA, and Proudly SA. But for the context of this discussion, I think let me just give an overview of who Brand South Africa is. So this is us, the Inspiring New Ways logo, and Proudly is the Proudly South African logo. And they're really a campaign that encourages the procurement and buying of locally manufactured goods and services. And where Brand South Africa comes in, we are the official marketing agency of South Africa. We were established in 2002 by the former president, Thabo Mbeki. And when he established Brand South Africa, he had a vision for South Africa to be a country that is competitive globally and is admired by its people. So the whole mandate behind Brand South Africa is to manage the country's brand image and the reputation there of it, to attract investors and tourists. And in the work that we do from a Brand South Africa perspective, we've got the international mandate, but we also have a domestic mandate. And the reason that is because we cannot go and sell South Africa out there without having our citizens being patriotic and buying into the concept of South Africa as a brand, as a country, right? So domestically, we've got campaigns that we run that encourage patriotism. We've got a campaign called Play Your Part, which is our big domestic campaign. And that calls on citizens to come on board to look at what they can do to build a better country. And the reason that is important is because we don't have a physical product that we're selling, right? Yeah. So the image, the brand, and the reputation of South Africa is the collective sum of all of us that live in this country. It's the private sector, it's government, it's civil society. Each one of us represents Brand South Africa. When tourists come into the country, they can bump into you on the street or in the lift or in Sandton City and ask you particular things, and you are then expected to represent your country, and so forth. So in the work that we do from a Brand South Africa perspective in selling the country, we can't leave citizens behind. We can't tell the story of South Africa without having our citizens participating. And particularly in this digital age where there's access, literally anyone can wake up tomorrow and tweet whatever they want. You can tweet, I hate South Africa because there's load shedding, or you can tweet, I love my country because we're the greatest country. We keep winning back to back. The Springbok have been doing great, right? So it's quite important for us as Brand South Africa, but I think as government entities, to be proactive in terms of educating citizens about the opportunities that are there on social media, but also around the dangers, right? And I'm going to give a particular example now, which will probably give away my age. Tell us. So I think this is about 10, 15 years ago. There was an American lady by the name of Justine Sacco who was traveling to South Africa. So Justine, as she's about to get onto a flight, she tweets, traveling to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS. Yeah. Switches off her phone, is in the air for about 20-something hours. And in the time that she's flying, a lot happens throughout the world. Her tweet is trending. South Africans are enraged about this tweet. Africans are coming on board. Overseas, her company gets hold of this. She's a PR practitioner. She's fired before she even lands in South Africa. So by the time she gets into this country, her company has released a statement to say we will not be associated with such language and this person is fired. So I think there's a responsibility for us as government, as we're communicating a lot around responsible citizen behavior. We have campaigns that speak to GBV, we have campaigns that speak to a lot of responsibilities around safe protesting. It's equally important that we do the same in digital because it is such a space that is becoming part of our daily lives. Media consumption has moved online, and we have a responsibility, I think, as the public sector, to put out messages that are educational, that empower citizens on the responsible use of social media.
Yeah.
Should I maybe stop there? I don't know what the timing is.
I love where this is going, but I actually want to probe Mahlatsi especially from the perspective of, you know, your role in SABC Digital as a national broadcaster. What are some of the things that sort of spark out from this conversation?
And where do we start? So the thing about SABC is that it is a very multifaceted organization, right? You've got the content provider, SABC, which is more in line with the content that you see on TV and radio. And then you've got a different version of the SABC that has to provide, content, mandated content to the South African citizens. So you've got a responsibility as an organization to serve the public. And you also have another side to be commercially competitive, to also play in the space where other, content providers are playing. So when it comes to, citizen participation, we're always trying to juggle both. Participate so that, from a marketing perspective, from a brand reputation perspective, we're able to get investors inside the SABC. And there's also the demand for participation as a citizen in general, where you find that also in the news perspective. So in overall, we are literally that custodian that says this is how you're supposed to responsibly use, social media, because we're online 24/7 from different brands, over 25 brands country-wide, and sometimes in other countries with the SABC Plus as an OTT platform. So we are literally the poster child. So when we mess up, everybody sees us. We are the definition of what is credible. So the pressure is on constantly to represent, South Africans in an accurate and credible manner as well. So from our side, the constant, struggle is always to make sure that we represent what true content, what reliable and credible content is, so that our South Africans are able to differentiate between that, and are able to participate actively in a responsible manner.
Yeah. And with this point around, reliable content, which one is the reliable one? Which one is not? Rihanna, do you have quite a lot of experience in terms of, cyber wellness and that kind of stuff? So what are some of the challenges and opportunities that you've seen in terms of combating this whole idea around, misinformation on social and disinformation?
Yeah, I think that's a huge challenge, and I think especially now after the elections, it's something that's been a very hot topic. And I just want to say thank you for everyone being here and everyone online. And as a communicator, being in the industry for 24 years, I just want to say and remind us all that I think we should remember the influence that we have in terms of perceptions and building our country's brand. And I'm very proud play your part ambassador for Brand South Africa. And I want to remind us, because sometimes we might be like, just push another social media post today and just issue this press release, or, just do the job. But we influence conversations. We influence what people are talking about when they're getting the lift. Did you hear today, or did you see this or that? So let's not become lazy about it, or kind of like, doesn't matter anymore. We really have a hot seat and a responsible one. So in terms of coming to, the fake news, misinformation, disinformation, and so forth, it's really imperative that as communicators, we help citizens to understand what is true and what is reliable information. The first thing, of course, is you always need to look at your source. And us in the room, you are the source. So we come to the platforms of the different government entities to see what's happening, what's the latest news. And if we think about the fact that we come to each of the entities' platforms, may I please give a couple of tips and things that we might forget about or not really put attention to. And I love the conversation earlier in terms of not just pushing the information, but really looking at engagement. So if I'm a citizen, and all of us are citizens, if I go to a trusted source, I think it's important that we ensure that the pages are updated, that each page, each profile is updated regularly. You might still have an outdated email address somewhere that you're missing, or the website still says 2023, in terms of the bottom. When last did you look at your own policies and look at things like privacy policies, considering the data that we spoke about earlier? And to ensure that you also check, especially when you talk about social media, please regularly go and do searches for fake accounts or those fan pages, that pop up all the time. And just something from a cybersecurity point of view and algorithms, that's quite daunting. And from an AI perspective as well, use someone else's machine or phone to search for your handle, for your entity, because the algorithms will recognize you and maybe spit out a different result for me than for Matalani. So just go and check. Maybe someone has actually created that fake account. And then also making sure that if we do notice or the public notices anything that could be seen as misinformation or disinformation or misconstruing what you have published, where do they go? Do you have somewhere on your page a place or an email address, a dedicated person to say, report it here? So, the list is actually quite long, and we all know by now, in order to recognize is a story fake or not, go and do a Google search. But there is something else that we can do as communicators. It's such a simple thing. Unfortunately, it takes a bit of time, but save your images, those photos that you've taken, that you are now sharing, that the minister is actually attending the ceremony. Save those images in a way, we call it the metadata, to have the date, the place, and a specific, who's in the picture. So that if you search, there are two reasons. Number one, if I search for that date, maybe I want to know something totally different, but I search for that date. Your picture is going to come up and might lead me to your website or your page, which is very good for traffic, right? But the second thing is, it helps us as citizens to go and see, is this a legit photo? Or is this something that was used 4 years ago and now it's resurfacing, telling us that there is a flood somewhere? So those are just some of the things. Yes, I'm going to stop there because the list gets long. But those are things that I thought would be practical and helpful.
I want to come to you, Dr. Tina, because I think as part of this conversation, and we've been it's been a common thread throughout even yesterday, in terms of how we're actually making sure that we don't leave people behind within the conversations that we're having. And I think I want to come to from the sort of public affairs perspective, particularly with the experience in local government. How are we making sure that when we're encouraging the citizen participation, particularly on social media, that we're using the right touch points to actually speak to the right people? What are some of the ways that we can make sure that we're doing that?
All right. From a local government perspective, I have observed, particularly in metropolitan municipalities, that they have gotten on board in the various social media platforms. They've developed websites, pages on Twitter, Instagram, etc. But one thing that I've also observed is that those spaces, from a local government perspective, they are one-way driven. They are just information churning out spaces. They are not very interactive. And the problem with that is that we have a society that is demanding to be more engaged, society that wants to make inputs, particularly with what we have seen with the coalition governments in the various cities. Motions of no confidence are actually churned out in council chambers without interacting with communities to inform communities, for example, why Party A decided, to bring a motion of no confidence against a certain mayor. And I also had an opportunity of engaging, for example, with Action SA, who once developed a portal when they went into a coalition government, where they were asking their constituencies and voters to actually vote on that portal which political party
they think they should go into coalition. But after that period, they took away, that portal. So I asked them, don't you see this as an effective tool where you can continuously engage with citizens? Because from a local government perspective, we know that the traditional methods of consultation, such as your IDP consultation, your budgeting consultations that are held in community halls, the public doesn't attend those consultation processes, particularly the youth. You find the youth in what we call invented spaces, of which your digital media are becoming your invented spaces, where they find that they have more agency, power, and control over the way in which the rules of engagement are actually proliferating outside party politics. So the suggestion is that metropolitan municipalities need to start having a two-way conversation, and there are many ways in doing so. Live streaming is one of the inevitable ways of doing that, where you get a lot of pool of participants coming in, putting their comments, or also making their suggestions online, and it's very easy to converse in that. But there's also a very fundamental issue that we also need to think about: who should be participating or leading that debate? And I'm glad that the previous speakers spoke about, is it the political representative or is the administrator? Now, the problem with the local government is that we have councillors or political representatives, MMCs, mayors, speakers, who ought to be the ones leading the debate, but they do not have the kind of media training on how to facilitate these debates online. In fact, they shy away. At the city of Joburg, we've seen that the municipal manager, in the first 2-3 years when Algernon came into the mayoral seat, the MM was the one who was going out into the public. The MM is not a political representative. He is a support structure who's supposed to give the mayor the kind of information and content so that they can go out there and speak to the public. So as government communicators, particularly the communications department, I think they have a huge task in building that capacity for communication for public representatives.
Yeah. I love that because it speaks to the whole idea of it shouldn't be a one-way street, right? All of this should be a conversation happening where everyone is involved. In terms of Brand South Africa, when it comes to you, Madelene, what are some of the ways then that you'd be able to engage with people to make sure it isn't just a one-way street, that they are part and parcel of the process?
So from a Brand South Africa perspective, and I'll give my personal view and my approach to social media, even when I was in the private sector, I would always say to the leadership that, with social media, it's like jumping into a swimming pool. Let's not get in until you know how to swim, because you're gonna drown. And I think, and that's something I've carried with me even now at Brand South Africa, where we're very clear in terms of developing a digital and a social media strategy that then guides what do we do, how do we do it, which platforms are relevant, which content goes where. And I think one of the challenges that we see with social media, both private and public sector, is this urgency to jump in. Go and be on TikTok because now TikTok is growing. And then you have this TikTok page that no one even remembers in the organization because you have not planned for it. You need to do your digital audit, and it's an ongoing thing, right? So at least every 2 years, I develop a strategy because the landscape is so dynamic. It changes all the time. So that's one of the things that you constantly need to build a strategy that informs where you're going, how you're going to get there. There might be platforms that you want to get into, but because you don't have the capacity right now. I heard, there's now conversations around WhatsApp and so forth. Everyone is there. But I think for you to be effective on social media and driving engagement, is for you to have a strategy that's very clear in terms of will it meet the demands of the platforms that you want to be on. I think that's one of the things that we're very intentional about at Brand South Africa. The second thing is that, information has become so abundant online. Everyone is putting on content. Sometimes as communicators in the public sector, we find ourselves duplicating things as well. You know, like National Days of Significance, Youth Day, and we're all just being told, put this on, you know. And for me to take a step back and ask myself, how do I stand out in the noise and the clutter that is going on around certain topics? And where I'm going with this is that what we've learned to embrace from a Brand South Africa perspective to drive engagement is to be relevant in the moments that matter with consumers, right? So it's paying consumers and citizens. Always do back and forth, private sector and public sector mind. That it's being relevant and finding those sweet spot moments that resonate with your brand. And I'll give you an example. With COVID, you're obviously part of government communications, putting out messages that are related to managing the virus and what citizens need to do and the lockdown restrictions, which was good and was quite important. But we then said to ourselves, you know, as Brenda say, we have a mandate around play your part, encouraging positive sentiment in the community. And post-COVID, I think, you know, a lot of South Africans, or even globally, a lot of people were feeling despondent, down mentally as well. We then came up with a campaign, which is termed Random Acts of Kindness. And it was responding to the mood in the country at that particular time in a way that was different to what everybody else in government is trying to communicate around COVID, right? And the campaign is something that we've, you know, continued with because it was such a success at the time. It's Random Acts of kindness. People just needed positive content. They needed hope that, you know, we've come out of this, we're still humans, we still care for each other. And so we worked with influencers who were tasked to do random acts of kindness around what people needed at that particular time, coming out of COVID. You know, people had lost jobs. People had, you know, lost so much and so forth, you know. So it was around showcasing humans doing random acts of kindness. And the influencers that were chosen had to align with the brand. So it wasn't just because you have a following. You had to have a following, but also in your own space, be in the space of giving back and so forth, so that there's an organic flow to the campaign. So those are some of the things that we've employed as Brand South Africa to say, you know, it's not just about putting out content, but it's about finding those moments that are relevant to our brand mandate and honing in on those moments and finding content that makes us stand out from the crowd.
Yeah. I really like that because also there can be that pressure to want to churn out content, particularly on platforms like TikTok. There's dance challenges every day. There's a new challenge every day. And so as brands, it's very easy to be like, oh, we must actually also pitch in on this, when actually sometimes we need to just take a step back. I want to come to you, Makatsi, as well. If you can maybe just weigh in on this aspect, particularly with the whole two-way street and engaging everyday South Africans, to make sure that we're actually reaching the right people. How do we do that, particularly from the national broadcasting perspective?
So I think, as Mrs. Amani mentioned, I think the biggest thing for us was after the retrenchments in 2021, the whole transformation, the SABC transition that we've had. The first thing that we saw as important was to have an insight into our, you know, our audiences at the SABC. The general public, who exactly are we engaging with, who are we talking to on social media. And that was when there was an establishment of consumer insights department, which helped us to gather the sentiments of the South African public about the perception of the SABC, about the kind of content they're looking for, about the kind of conversations they want to have with the SABC. Because before then it was just, if it's not TV license, where do I pay it? Then that's it. You know, you don't know exactly how people feel unless there's some trend on Twitter and they're quite mad about whatever is going on the SABC. So that was literally part of our first strategy. Who are we talking to, our audience? Because we don't know who you're talking to. Really, you're just literally doing that everywhere. You don't know, you know, who to focus to. And in our focus, we strategically usually found out who are we looking to on Facebook, who are we trying to attract on Instagram, what about Twitter, what about the rest of the platforms? Because at the end of the day, as I'm talking now from a corporate perspective, the overall SABC, the public broadcaster brand perspective, because we already have other sub-brands. We've got Metro FM, that are great following. We've got SABC One. At the same time, we can't be fooled by the audiences that are on S1 or SABC News and say that means SABC is doing great. We still need the SABC's brand in general as a public broadcaster to also have, a space in the digital world as well. So that is the direction that we took. And then given the audiences that we've got, the information that we've got, then we structured our digital strategy based on that. We knew that on Facebook, we are talking to the ordinary South African who's probably in the village, who speaks, the languages, the South African languages. We knew how then to structure our content and the kind of communication we need to have to the person that is on Facebook, in the village somewhere in Malamulele, And then on Instagram, we know that we're talking to the high chick, those the influencers. We already know that if we're going to present the SABC's corporate brand to this person, their heart is probably on Metro, their heart is probably on S1, then that means programming content is something that we can place in their minds about the SABC, that this is who we are and this is what we offer as a public broadcaster. And obviously we've got LinkedIn that is more professional, SABC as in the media industry space. How are we playing in the space? How are we making an impact in the space? Partnerships that we have like these ones as well. And then we've got Twitter, where it's more or less a short format, news format platform, where now we know that this is where, if we have something urgent to communicate, if we have to set the record straight about broadcast rights, with that other competitor somewhere in Randburg, we knew this is the space for it, So that was the first thing. And then that helped us to know that usually this is then, after we communicated those kind of messages, we already knew now what kind of feedback we're getting from each platform. So already know now, usually on Twitter, this is the kind of feedback that we're getting from our users. On Instagram, this is usually tags and talent tagging us on their endeavors, And then you already know that on Facebook, it's everything. I want to be an actor. How do I become an actor? How do I tap into the media space? How do I pay my TV license? I'm not getting a signal somewhere in Rustenburg. We already know what we're looking for. And then from there, we moved then to having now to create a space for chatbot. So we created a chatbot where now we have categorized those kind of, inquiries, where we know that if it's TV license inquiry, this is where it ends. And if this is content related inquiry, this is where it ends. And the job became more even daunting when we launched SABC Plus, because now people are demanding content. Now people are saying, you guys are the streaming platform. You say it's for free. I want this kind of show now. We want Isidingo, that has ended a while ago. We need that nostalgic content. So we then categorize our content in our feedback categories in terms of the chatbot. But another thing that we also did, which was just established in, I think, 2 years back, was to implement an analytics tool, which is called Sprinkler, across all our brands, across all 35 brands. So that helped us to basically be able to categorize our content according to each brand, because each brand is handled by different digital specialists. So from a corporate perspective, we have a Sprinkler tool that assists us in making sure that it categorizes content across all social media platforms. And we also have a community manager who's able to look at our inquiries and respond directly if there are those that need to be responded directly. And a lot of them also included, the issues of TV licenses. The person would say, I've left the country now, I don't use the TV. So how can I close my TV license? Because you guys keep personally that I hope you all pay our TV license. So now, in terms of responding to that, then we already know that even internally, because now it's great to implement stuff externally, but how do you deal with the internal collaboration as well? Because if it's, a TV license department, the content department, we also had to try and make efforts to make sure that we strategically collaborate internally as well and work with one another as well, in terms of making sure that the TV license team is available when there's a user online that says, I need my TV license, the council, And another recent one, just not to brag, but just the recent one that we just had in terms of engagement that I really appreciated from this team was when during the election season, and I think we can all agree that the SABC was literally doing its job when it comes to the coverage of the elections recently. And one of the biggest things that we tried to do was also making sure that we don't just allow news to be isolated in giving information, but to get to a point where we say, how are we engaging? How are people responding to what we're doing? And so what we did, we collaborated with the IEC and the SABC Education, again, internal collaboration, where now we brought in a Twitter space or an X space conversation just weeks before the election so that we're able to give, especially the young people, the first-time voters, an opportunity to ask questions about the voting process. What is going to happen this year? What if, I've registered somewhere and then I can't, I can't be able to vote? How do I work around? What about the special voting system? How does that work? So we got that, and we decided, we also made sure that we got one of our journalists that is quite active online, which is Griselda Lewis. She was able to facilitate those conversations, bring in a form of feedback, and bring in a form of engagement between the SABC as a content provider and an information provider throughout the election season, and also the back and forth communication as well.
Yeah. I want to come to you, Renette. So in terms of, and I love what you brought up, Mahlet, about using various platforms, the different platforms, right? But also segmenting them and knowing exactly what you're trying to achieve with each platform and who you're actually going to reach with each platform. But once people are on those platforms, what are some of the ways, I guess, that we can think about to make sure that we're getting that feedback from them and we're getting that about that aspect of things in the digital space as well, and ensuring responsible digital citizenship.
Thank you. It's your platform, and there are two aspects to this. So on the actual platform, be it a meta platform like Facebook, they've got community rules, and thank goodness for those. And I have to say, I've been in this space now for 10 years in cyber safety and security, and plus my communications background. And I'm really thankful for the policy makers and so forth at these public or at the social media platform companies. So they do their best to protect us and to give us the platform that we can play on. Now, it's your playground. You need to take care of it and make sure that you are managing what's going on there. So we will unfortunately always have those trolls or cyberbully behavior, and we have to be aware of it and then act on it. So luckily we can hide comments and we can manage how other people are seeing it. And sometimes you have to be very strict in terms of what you allow happening on that platform. But the moment you overstep the boundary of that platform in terms of the community rules, hate speech, harmful content, child pornography and so forth, you have to act vigilantly and not let it sit at all. And that's why it's actually quite critical for us not to have, like we had earlier today, such long lead times where no one responds to those comments. And again, we don't necessarily have to go and block someone and remove them. We can use that opportunity to say, we hear you, we understand the frustration, and we actually want to address that. So let's see how I don't want to use the word spin. How do we take the conversation, nurture it, and then move into a positive direction? So it gives us that opportunity to hear what citizens are saying. Because something else that I think we might miss, and I'm glad that it's come through time and again today, is that we can use these platforms and conversations to get input from our communities, to say what's happening on the ground. Okay, so we're seeing it from this angle and this angle, but we can't be everywhere. So what are their challenges? What are their happy stories and good stories that we can tell? So, yes, so take responsibility of your own playground. Act accordingly. And listen, if it becomes really hectic, and if people are overstepping boundaries and they are actually crossing the line when it comes to, from a legal framework point of view, remember that we do have a legal framework in place. If I can just mention them without going into detail for each, but these are there to protect us. First, we've got the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act. We've got the Film Publications Act, which is really helpful in terms of, harmful content. Then there's the Protection from Harassment Act. So sometimes we need to look at it from, if there is harassment and we see that people are being victimized, let's look at that. And then, of course, the Cybercrimes Act, which I'm really thankful for, because that act provides for the criminalization of various forms of cybercrime. So please don't just ignore it and report it, of course. We need to report it to the platform, and then, if needed, take it further, because sometimes we can actually stop something that's going in the wrong way. Yeah, that's you.
Well, agreeing with you, social media can be very pervasive in its own nature. And if we have to think about it within the prism of community politics, it can polarize a lot. So the ways in which I was actually conceptualizing and thinking about the way municipalities are communicating with their communities, particularly elected representatives, is that it's not just only about community communication, but it's also about community education. And I've been working in this space, doing a lot of training for community-based organizations, civil society activists, and young people who are interested on governance and accountability factors at local government level. And I picked up, that most of our communities don't even know how local government works. Yeah. They don't know how the structures of local government works. They don't know which political office to go to if they have complaints or petitions. To some extent, when I used to ask, who's the first port of call? They would say the councillor or the mayor's office. Yeah. So that's when you understand that, they don't understand what is the role of the speaker even before going into public protests. So the opportunity, of picking, topical issues and subject matters that would be less polarizing is about, public awareness and education and how local government works. And here, for example, just a plain example, before council goes into a sitting, there will be an announcement that will be out there on a Twitter page that council is sitting on such a date. But does a municipality offer an opportunity to give the speaker just 15 minutes to actually speak live on Twitter about the council agenda that has been already accepted and adopted, and what are the issues that are going to be covered? Post a council meeting, do we actually find municipalities giving the speaker 15 minutes to say, these are the resolutions that have been taken in council? Same applies to members of the mayoral committee, same applies to portfolio committees as well, because in Parliament, portfolio committees are streamed live. We can see everything that is happening. Why can't we have that opportunity for local government? Because it will teach members of society exactly how local government works. Secondly, we also have periods where we have local government financial audit outcomes. Communities don't even understand the difference between a clean, disqualified and qualified audit outcome. Why doesn't the audit committee chairperson and the finance chairperson have an online discussion to speak about the audit outcomes, on social media through live interaction? Because that's where you get a lot of questions, and it will be less problem. Of course, there will be those who would obviously, throw in a comment or two just to show how the municipality is not performing very well, but it is very educative if you engage in that manner. So I think those are some of the opportunities that local government needs to push quite hard to become more interactive, but also, coin it in a manner that it is more constructive in the education awareness of topical issues that are local government. Avoid certain topical issues such as corruption, of course. Let the citizens pick it up, from these reports that they will be engaging. But yeah, that's another contributing factor that could help, to frame these topics of discussions. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think there's definitely something to be said about that education and public awareness aspect that we're not really quite getting right in the country. But I think, I don't know, I don't want us to hog the conversation here in front. I do want to open it up. And perhaps if there are people on here who have questions, comments as well. But are there any sort of pressing things that you like, I need to contribute to this conversation and say this from the floor? Yes. Okay, I will take you, Doc, over there, and you.
So it's interesting, and I like the conversation around learning to swim and getting into the right sort of spaces. This week, Virgin Active decided that they're breaking up with Twitter or X. So I just want a perspective on, what are the brand implications for that? Because they're a very big platform and there's a lot of protest around it. But their reasoning is that it's no longer a platform that serves the brand in terms of the kind of objectives they have for what the brand does. So is it wise to just switch off if a platform is no longer serving you? And what is the implication then for your audience and ultimately then the brand?
Listen, if we can have maybe all of you guys just to think about that while we go to the second question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm enjoying this conversation. My comment/question is sort of directed to Brand South Africa. So I'm seeing a growing trend on Twitter. Might not be alarming, but it is growing. When the South African brand gets earned media. When people come, I'll say it's earned media because people come and they do vlogs. So, oh, South Africa, the malls here are so great. There's a video of this lady from America, and she's like, oh my God, the malls here are amazing.
Oh, yeah.
And South Africans are like, what do you do? And now I'm seeing it might not be alarming yet, but I'm seeing a gatekeeping type of response, because the responses are like, don't come here, there's monkeys everywhere, don't come. And it's because this conversation is it's multi-sectoral, because South Africans are responding that way because of the way things are. We have an immigration crisis that to the ordinary South African, it seems like no one is doing anything about, right? There's an issue of digital nomads. South Africans are like, what are you doing here? Why are you here? What's going on, right? That nobody in the right position or in an expert level is responding to, right? So we have this earned media, we're getting all this publicity, the Tigers are doing amazing, the Springboks are doing amazing, but South Africans are like, yay, we don't want you here, stay away. And also, I'm not familiar of how you do it, if you do it at all, but how we can scream our wins as South Africa from the top of our voices, and not just in the entertainment and sports and everything. Recently, Ntswane they launched the nuclear medicine research facility, right? And that is a win. And those are things to be patriotic about for South Africans. But how do we collaborate between those departments making these advancements and wins, so that we are able to explain to the people what it means for them? Because that's the other thing. People don't care about nuclear medicine. They want to know, am I going to get my medication on time? Am I employed? Do I have electricity, right? So I'm wondering if there's a way of collaborating and amplifying each other between all these government agencies, and how do we simplify why it's important for South Africa to compete at the global stage? Because to ordinary South Africans, it just seems like, hey man, stay away, we don't want you here because things are bad and you're making things worse. So how do we bring that element in and make sure that people are educated and they understand what it means for them and where they are, that South Africa continues to compete in the global stage?
That's a brilliant question. Any other takers on the floor? Okay.
I'd just like to piggyback on her question, because even this week, what we see from a digital space with what is it? Brand South, not Brand South Africa, the other one,
Proudly
Proudly South African. We saw Edna and friends, the three medical students who graduated, come to South Africa from London to Cape Town, and immediately they hopped on that and gave them exposure. Whereas you have a South African poor puppy who is going around and is not being given support by government. And I think that in itself just speaks to the prioritization of people from outside and instead of us looking inwards. Because even if Poppy is going to visit other African countries, but she's really showing us that the opportunity of low-cost transporting services that we can use to travel outside our borders, and that also brand-wise gives a good image of how South Africans can expand ourselves in the continent. So I think it also speaks to how we do our digital communications in that aspect, because you don't look like you support South Africans as a public agency, but soon as somebody from overseas lands here, brands are on them. You know, Ford came in, they were driving a Toyota, but Ford came in and said, hey, there's a car. But our own, I think we're not harnessing our own content creators, we don't. And I think maybe that's for Brand South Africa, so Tourism South Africa to take in consideration, because even that as a citizen, it angers me that you're not supporting our own, but we're very quick to support people from outside.
Yeah. Thanks to that. I think maybe some initial reflections on the first question. I think I'll go with you, Dr. Tina, and then we'll come in. A lot of them were directed to you. I want to give you a little bit of a breather first.
Just to attempt to answer Dr. Kaunda there. I come from a perspective of deliberative decision making. So if you as an institution would be thinking of actually closing down your subscription, onto a digital platform, a social media platform, I think the first thing that should be taken into consideration is to actually ask your primary audience who are using that platform if whether that decision would actually serve their interests because of A, B, C, and D, right? And then secondly, one thing that I also find it quite complex in the South African case, or South African situation, which comes back to what some of your arguments around the fact that, institutions subscribe to these digital platforms, but the ownership of data is quite questionable. At the same time, our ability to also start developing our platforms are very difficult because some of these platforms, their IP addresses are in the US, unlike in China, where China is a closed system. They develop their own systems internally and institutions internally and their digital platforms internally. So it would be very difficult in that sense. How do we then get a wider reach with our own internally developed portals? So it's quite complex in that sense, but with applications, there are new developers of applications, particularly for local government, especially applications that respond to service delivery pulses, where communities can actually even use GIS systems to actually take photos and put them on the portal to report on potholes or water leakages, etc. But I don't think we are taking that opportunity as incrementally as we can, because there are some municipalities that are still inward looking. They're still using call centers. They're not tapping into the youth who are actually out there developing these portals. So I think that from a local government perspective, there is potential to start reaching out into innovation, particularly digital innovation, where the youth is more active, so that we can develop our homegrown digital spaces and platforms rather than depending on IPs that are coming from the US or any other country in the West. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I totally agree with you because if we look at Vision Active, the question is, who are you? How big is your brand? And who are you serving? Is your audiences okay with not having you on that specific social media platform? And will that, be detrimental to your brand or not? And if you look at Vision Active in general, it is a very big international brand. that has a global footprint already as it is. So I do not think that it was an impulsive decision. But I think it just goes back to what Doctor's saying here, that it's a matter of what can we do for ourselves that we don't need to depend, on an external source, for either our marketing or for reaching out our audiences, online. So I think for them, it may not be as detrimental, but if you look at it from a public sector perspective, it's a different whole game on its own, because we still need to serve the general public, and the general public is typically everywhere, so such impulsive decisions or such decisions may not be as favorable, but it's about the depth of the brand, the establishment of the brand, and whether or not the audiences prefer to see the brand on that. So I'm sure they're comfortable with the other platforms, and I'm pretty sure they're also comfortable with their apps as well.
Thank you. Yes, echoing what's already been said and wearing strategic communications hat, I think we also need to then look at the strategic partnerships, our other stakeholders, and how that would impact. Like you've got partnerships going with, if in this case, maybe it's shoe brand, active gear brand. Now you're going to lose that whole platform where you would have received content, exposure, engagement. So you're taking that whole platform away with your partnerships. So those types of things also, I'm sure they've considered it. At the end of the day, we've got our brand, and do we align our brand to what this platform is saying and standing for? And if not, then it is a responsible decision to take. Then change management, right? We need to transition, and coming back to what's the main thing, who are we serving? So really making sure that we migrate that audience to another platform, because not Facebook is not for everyone, and Insta is not for everyone. So where will they migrate to without losing them? And then it is a wonderful opportunity to say, listen, we've updated our app. We're going to share whatever we used to share here, we're going to share there. So come on, sign up for this.
On my side, I think that really brings about the importance of social data and social ROI, which I think as communicators we need to be intentional about, right? And I saw as one of the partners, we had Meltwater, and I was hoping that actually come and share some of their capabilities and tools. So I haven't heard from Meltwater, but I'm pointing them out because I've had experience with Meltwater and a lot of other tools that give us that level of insight. In terms of your brand sentiment, in terms of your brand influences. So you're able to get a sense of who is saying what on which platform, what is the sentiment, what is the volume. And I would like to believe that Discovery would have done that exercise. They would have gone into the insights and made the data analysis to establish if there is value on staying on that platform, and then deciding that there probably isn't value in it. But back to what my other colleagues have mentioned, then, as an organization, as a company, you then look at how then do you replace that audience, because you can't just switch off a light from one room in the house and expect that, things are going to be okay. I think it then brings about a discussion, which I think, we would take further as communication practitioners to say, what happens in the event that one day we wake up and all of these social networks are gone? How are we then going to tap into our communities and speak to our customers? What happens in the eventuality that Mark Zuckerberg decides, I'm really tired, like, it's been nice, and Elon Musk. These are really dependent on individuals and companies that own them. So I think we need to have those discussions around keeping data as practitioners. There's nothing wrong with having email databases, but we seem to concentrate the conversation on digital around social media. And we forget that digital is an ecosystem. You still have a website, you still have an app. Make use of those so that when you decide that this no longer serves my purpose, I no longer want to be on TikTok because it's become toxic or whichever platform, you're able to then capitalize on the things that you've grown and owned for yourself as a brand. We go into these conferences every day in the country. We host thousands of people. Where's that data sitting? One of the powerful capabilities of digital is around data, big data, and being able to use that to still speak to your audience. So I think it's really just finding the value outside of X.
As well. And I think as well, for the mere fact that they communicated it, that was very strategic.
Yeah.
You know, for them to actually announce the news. That basically informs the audiences that actually let's leave here, let's go somewhere else. And that was strategic on its own. As you say as well, the innovation, it just really opens our eyes that it cannot be that every single time, you know, WhatsApp is not working, you know, as they mentioned yesterday, WhatsApp tried and it's not working. Eventually, we need to start being innovative in how we plan to remain in the digital space without all these big international platforms.
Yeah, I think to add on to that, there's also something to be said about remaining in the digital space and being innovative, but also considering that not everyone who's currently in the digital space will be able to navigate that as well, right? I mean, we talk about, you know, seeing engagement on X or Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, but what about people who, for example, solely depend on radio still to receive their news, right? So there's also an engagement to be had there with those people about, you know, what's the next step? If we're saying the move is towards digital and the move is towards, you know, innovating in these ways, how can we still take that group of people along with us? There was a question as well over there that was directed to you as well. Matulana, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you had any reflections about that as well.
Sure, that really is a difficult one for us, right? But it's a question we can't avoid. We are the reputation management agency on behalf of South Africa. And we are really asked questions that sometimes don't even fit within our portfolios, but that is the role that we've gladly accepted as the nation brand custodians. I think just in terms of what we're seeing on social media, in terms of, you know, the global world being so positive around South Africa, and then seeing a completely different sentiment locally, something that we also see as Brand South Africa, right? When we run campaigns that, you know, they'll be well received by international audiences that we target, and then locally, because of the landscape and some of the issues that we're dealing with, it's not well received. And I think I mentioned it earlier that, you know, the trick to communication is finding those sweet moments, right? That would be more relevant to your brand. And the other thing that I want to point out is that I think as humans, we're wired to be negative, right? Okay, maybe I'm not but and it's a daily job and an ongoing exercise that we need to put out there to promote the positive sentiments, to promote the good news, whereas the media would possibly be selling what sells for them as well. So I think it's an ongoing discussion, and it's points that I'm really happy to take back and reflect on and see how we can improve a little bit further in terms of what we're doing.
There's a question over there. Any other hands? Are there any hands online? Digital age, I don't want to miss people. Okay, so we'll go to the hand over there and the gentleman as well.
Expanding on the question of how to give a more positive narrative about South Africa, I've realized also that people that leave the country and experience other spaces actually come back or on social media say that, you know, South Africa is such a gem and appreciate what you have.
And I'm wondering, with that short left campaign and what she was saying about Poppy using affordable transport to travel around Africa, couldn't we leverage something like that where we do affordable travel within South Africa that gives a positive spin to someone maybe going from one township to another? Because I've also realized that if I go away for a weekend, I come back feeling much better about my situation because I've seen either that something out there is much more better and I have access to it, or actually what I have compared to what I've seen out there is not so bad. So
there was a hand, I think it was your
James. Thank you. My question goes to Brand SA. Do you have a relationship with Home Affairs? I'm asking this question because I've had interactions with officials of Home Affairs at Border Post. Their attitude towards South Africans and non-South Africans is challenging. It's very difficult, and when you get into a country and the first person that you're going to interact with is your attitude, you already have one negative energy when you get into that country. The people at Home Affairs are working against you in a way. I would like to know, do you have, I'm told that when you get to the US, the first thing you say, welcome to America, with a smile. The first stuff from priority was just the next So my question to you have a relationship. Some of the officials at the Border Post just using their need that kind of training. Thank you.
I think the first sort of question, I think it was a bit general, or was I don't know if there are any sort of insights on it. I'm trying to protect.
If I can just respond to the last question. There's this perception that if we change the image of Home Affairs, there is a potential for South Africa, to become a country that is friendly and inviting for, tourists, because we're a tourist destination, investments, etc. Now, bureaucratically, yes, Home Affairs internally has had many, administrative issues that could have been resolved, very bureaucratic red tape. But I think on the border post, what we also need to understand, whether it's the border post, for example, in the Limpopo border near Musina or at Tambo Airport, is that Home Affairs is a representation of state authority and state security. So in any country that you will go to, you might find that there is a sort of like apprehension that you will meet at the border post. I've lived in the UK for many years. Each time I come back home, when I enter the UK, the UK, there was a lot of hostility. Traveled to Russia, same thing. In Russia, in fact, they actually even took me into a room trying to find out exactly what I'm doing in Russia, you understand? And not because there's anything sinister, but it's just to, to demonstrate state authority and security. So in that instance, if there is a hostile attitude at Home Affairs, it's the culture, it's the global culture that you will find in those countries, because countries are actually moving towards this notion of protecting your borders from, illicit incomers who are actually going to be doing nefarious things inside your country. So in that sense, not that I'm trying to, to speak on behalf of Home Affairs, but through the travels that one has had, it's an attitude that you will find in every country to protect their borders. So it's state security more than anything.
Thank you for that, Doctor, because I think that is true and that's their role, right? However, if we, as citizens, go and need a new license, or we need to apply for a new ID or whatever, then a little friendliness would go a long way in making us feel welcome. And I think that boils down to each one of us. What's the type of service delivery that we give to our, not just audiences, but every person we meet, whether it is at the shop, while we're paying for our groceries, or when we are delivering a service, when we answer the phone. And as communicators, I would like to, this is totally not linked to digital necessarily, but still as communicators, and building this brand, that we are a united, proud South African collective, is how in your departments and the different government entities, if I call your entity, the receptionist, if the phone is being answered, what does it sound like? Because we can do a brilliant job online. We can do everything right. We can have the best PR campaigns. We can be on the front pages. But if we call that number, it all falls flat. So I think that brings me to something that was mentioned, and we can collaborate. Because ultimately, again, if we share each other's posts, while I was at the FBB, I really enjoyed working with the DCDT, because we could say, okay, listen, we're doing this campaign about going back to school and being safe with, not sharing pictures of your children in grade 1 necessarily. Okay, so communications team at the DCDT, let's share each other's posts. And in that way, we help each other, not just to share the messages, but bring the audience from your platform to mine, and again to yours. And in that way, hopefully, we can show we are aligned. Secondly, let's not forget about each entry from a communications point of view. So maybe this could help us to go back to the office and say, okay, let's sit together again as a whole communications team and say, who and where do our audience go, or our audience members go, and get that entry, whether it's a reception, a chat bot, a press release that they've read, whatever it is, or meeting you at a bar. How do we make sure that it's that one message, that one brand?
Any insights from you, Magdalena, before I just take, because we are running out of time, but I do want to take perhaps maybe one more hand. I see that you're quite pressed.
Yeah. I think the lady was asking around sharing of content. I think you mentioned in your particular personal experience traveling from one place to another and having this great sense of, positivity about your country. And I think it goes back to how I outlined the nation brand mandate, that it's not a responsibility of one entity to manage the brand of South Africa or to build the brand of South Africa. And I'd like to share this with the group, that with the room here, that all of us are brand South Africa. If you're feeling positive and you've got access to social media, it would be great for all of us sitting here to use those opportunities and share that type of content. So then I can throw it back to you and say, how are you playing your part as a brand South African representative? So
Yeah, and I think this also provides a platform for Brand South Africa as well to be, aware of what South Africans are doing. I mean, we've got multiple bloggers out there and traveling within the country that gives an opportunity for influence and collaboration as well, where you can be able to, as an influencer, tag brand, let's say, you guys can provide the platform for that. That if you tag us, we'll share your content or whatever it is that we provide, or some kind of collaboration that you provide, and that sort of brings back, the ultimate, South African support as well amongst each other. And I also have to mention as well, speaking of, being a South African and having collaboration between agencies as well, as you mentioned, I'm thinking even of in terms of the SABC Plus, right? Because it is a streaming platform that has been launched to represent South Africans. It is a South African free platform. and provides, all kinds of content that, is relevant to the ordinary South African. And when we chose the slogan, Still Home, the intent was to remind South Africans that if you were ever at a point where you don't, appreciate being a South African, this is a platform that will make you appreciate what being a South African is about. So it is so important, I think, for us to collaborate, within these kind of spaces, because it can provide, when they say, the platform that needs to represent South Africa. It can provide, a platform that we can also provide a platform for us to represent the SABC Plus, whenever we need to. So really, collaboration is required within the group.
I like that. One last hand over there, and then we'll start our conversation.
Thank you so much to the host of the panelists. Mine is more of a comment, maybe coupled with just one question. But for Grand SA, I think that for Grand SA, I think it should be guided with the Ubuntu principle, right? Because as South Africans, we are the Abantu, and we understand what Ubuntu means. And just to take something out of her question earlier about the American that's visiting South Africa, it came about that there were negative comments going around about South Africa from especially the Black Americans, saying a lot about what our country and its people is about. So I think that we should elevate the Ubuntu hashtag Brand South Africa hashtag Ubuntu, together, so that the world could actually understand if there needed to be a principle that's guiding us South Africans, it's actually that Ubuntu principle that we have. So that's that.
Thank you. So that will take a positive contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. Thanks so much for that. Thank you very much to my panelists. And thank you as well to the audience. I think the main thing that really sprung up for me in this conversation is really the responsibility that all of us have. First of all, to collaborate, and second of all, to be responsible digital citizens, right? And take it on that as proud South Africans, there are certain, behaviors that we'd like to consider to take on. There's certain, cultures that we can maybe think about inculcating within our social media. So there's quite a lot that I think each and every one of us can take forward from this conversation. So thank you so much. Thank you to you guys all for your insights. Thank you to those joining us online. Lorato, over to you.
So as we are about to break,
Hello, I come in, please.
so we are wrapping up the first half of the day session, and I thought that we should wrap it up with this video.
Hello, I come in, please. Humble and contrite. So my Rakadi was asking, she doesn't understand what's happening with the politics. We do not understand. ANC is very 40%. How does DA fit in? Think of it this way. If ANC wants to do anything, ANC needs to call DA and say, authorize. If the ANC does things without the DA's consent, super void. I promise you, this explanation went like wonders because she understood. Now she takes it and explains it. So maybe if your elders are asking, this is the best way because you are using a real life situation that is exposed to every day to explain politics. Take it, don't take it.
So the takeaway from the presentations today and even from yesterday, from the panel discussions, is that people have shared their insights, they've shared their best advices, they've shared case studies. Take it, don't take it. But importantly, communicating simply makes things a lot easier, right? And I'm hoping that as you know, we break in now for lunch. We're going to break for about 35 minutes. We're in the same room where we were yesterday. Those who were not with us yesterday, you will follow those that were here today, that are here today. Let's enjoy lunch. And my time check is now 13:42. We will be back here at 14:20. Let's enjoy lunch.